Dude, can I do the thing where where I link some music and you listen to it, but we don't play it on the stream, but we have it going in the background? Can we do that? Can we do it? All right, here. Let me figure out what we want here. How about yeah, here we go. Oh, it almost played. Almost played. All right, here. Here, I will link it, and I will give people 5 seconds for the skip ad thing. Ready? And we're playing it. There's the link. And I'll play it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Bruce Dickinson will go into space? I don't know. Wonderful when this goes over the deadline. Someone keeping track every time. Guys, I play off. All right. Hold on. You guys are saying that I'm getting distracted. That's a good joke. You know I play off the chat, right? To keep it going, right? Like, I don't know how many times I have to say this. You want me to just sit here and just engineer stuff all day and ignore you? I can do that. Sure, no problem. Easy. If we want to do that, we can do that. That's fine. I don't have any problems with that. You know what? That's what I'll do. We'll do that today. You guys want to see the difference? All right. Okay. We'll do that today. Dear Diary, today I'm going to ignore chat. Jackpot. I mean, we could play this game. You want to play this game? Want to bust my balls like that? All right. All right. Okay. Sure. That's fine. Katsumi Nikto. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thank you for the sub. And Forlorn had a 29er in there, and Vulcan had a 19. And then Dutch Guy had a 36-person raid. Thank you very much. I'm good, Nazlik. How are you? Let me get my coffee. Present them. No, Daz, wrong joke. Nice. Yeah, Neo, it was great. I see you looking at us, so? I'll make sure the middle mouse button, gotta dust off some cobwebs on it. There we go. Alright. So, we have our launch plate here. And that's set as root, and everything else is just, everything else is just markers for it. Need to load up the reference as per usual there, and then let me go in here. And we'll load up the reference this way. Hey, Wolf Dragon, what's up? It's a warm one. Yeah, it was a great day. It was a great day yesterday, Wolf. I watched a lot of racing yesterday. It was fantastic. Got to go to the beach and watch racing on the beach. It was fantastic. Great weekend. Okay, so should just keep that open. That should be fine. All right. Hey, 62. Wait, I didn't realize how far they made it into the X-33 facilities. The facilities were finished, man. Pad was operational. Just thought I'd let you know. Nice truck. Why did all the cool stuff get canned? Well, the cool stuff didn't get canned. It's just all the space stuff is cool stuff, Vulcan. Name a space project that got canned that wasn't cool. See what I'm talking about? So, by definition, all the space projects that got canned were really freaking cool. Constellation, Venture Star, DCX. They were all cool. You know why? Every space project is cool. Even Titan 4, apparently. Dude, I thought people would be pissed. Nerva. All the stuff that got canceled is cool. And all the stuff that didn't get canceled is cool. Because all space projects are cool by definition. Alright, let's go. Alright, how are we going to do this? Alright, we need the perch right here. How would we use that? How would we do that? No. I need a piece right here where I can mount the main hinge point. So see the hinge right there? I need a place to mount that. Can I ask you a random KSP question? I'm actually not taking questions today, Umbra. Sorry. I gotta focus on this, bud. Yeah, that should work. You know what, Umbra? I can't do that. I can't not take questions, so I'll talk and work. What's on your mind, man? I will talk and work. I was just wondering if you knew how many ground stages I would have to make in KSP to go around Kerbin effectively. 6. 6 of them evenly spaced should be fine, but it depends on the antenna, dude. Depends on what antenna you're using. And it depends on what orbital altitude you're at. If you're in like a low Kerbin orbit, 6, or you could just turn on the ground stations. You can see where those are. I was wondering why music was coming from my printer. Apparently the paper was jamming. Clever. Alright. So this is the mount piece for the hinges. This thing needs to be really strong if this hinge system that I'm coming up with is going to work. Why is the notifier quiet? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys not want me to focus on this? Did you guys not want me to focus on this? Or you guys want me to turn the music on? You be the judge. Because I have the music on. You guys don't, though. Until I just turn it on. That should work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Alleviate, 18-month resub. Thank you. That might need to be wider. I'm wondering though, if we make it wider, what's gonna happen? Yeah, you know what? We're early in the construction of this. I'll go with it and see what happens. Just how I set up the hinges to work. Yeah, that could do it. What are the outer hydraulics for? It's an assist. 62. That's how the pad... We figured out that that's how the pad ended up working. I was trying to figure out how this whole thing could move as one like that. And drop down, right? And then, after that, the transporter erector can move back. And how Lockheed figured that out, it turns out, is a double hydraulic system. They have hydraulics for their reaction frame, and they have hydraulics for the transporter. Or not the transporter, just the erector. So, they move independently of each other on a singular axis. See that? They rotate on a singular axis. So it goes from this to that to that. Pretty cool, huh? They're hydraulic actuators, fellow. Well, actuate her. Think you like this for space news? Yeah, I probably will, but I can't do that right now, Phil. Sorry. No distractions, Taradra. What you reap is what you sow. Remember that. And if you think I can't act like this the entire stream, you are sorely mistaken. You have made a critical lapse in judgment, my friend. You don't want sassy Northeastern real me. That's not, you don't know, nobody wants that. Ain't nobody want that. Okay. That link is tempting though, isn't it? No, it's most likely the crane lifting the sections with the power boom. It's probably the 11350 lifting the sections on, and it's most likely Chris B or Chris G. Well, I saw the tweet. It's NASA spaceflight. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what it is. It's alright. DJ_sassy. It's Orange Rocket related? Oh, that's good. Yeah, can't click on it until 4 at least. Sorry. I'll slap whoever I want to, thank you very much. Alright, so I'm not sure how that's gonna fare. But we'll see, we'll see. Alright, so let's take this. I'm gonna move this up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now take this. So those 3 right there can be for the transporter, and then these ones right here we could have for the reaction frame right here. I'll do another set out here. And remember, these got to move individually, which should be fine. I should be able to get that to work, no problem. We'll test it out on the runway a couple of times, see if we can get it to work. And then we can do a load test out here on the runway as well, before we move it over to the pad. Hey Marco, what's up? It's 8 p.m. in Denmark and I woke up. You could say that I'm here till the end of the night. It's a great song, man. Girders will do just fine. High impact tolerance. The SRBs are only there for show, Hellfish. Seriously, the other pad doesn't use them. They're just there for show. Or for as like a moderate structural the reason they're not there for show. It's just load. It's not. What's the right way to say it? The stuff that's touching the ground. I have no SRBs touching the ground, and since this pad is so low to the ground, there's no point in trying to fit SRBs in here. There are other parts that will have SRBs, but long story short, the only reason the crane has SRBs is because it's tall. Marco, remember me, the only Brazilian of your life. Marco, there's a lot of Brazilians that watch the stream, dude. On the regular. Auto strutting is in the base game. Auto struts came about in 1.2, Casper. Hey Josh, how are you? I'm beefing up this point because this area is going to be under a lot of load, just kind of like the crane. So I have to build it. I have to overbuild this particular part. Well, I mean, actually, it's not really overbuilding. Something that we're going to have to be cognizant of, though, is the SRBs, or not the SRBs, the girder segments drifting, or the hinges attached. The hinges that the girders are attached to could drift. I'm not going to be too incredibly happy if that happens, but. Strutting these, I've shown in the past that strutting these like this should keep it in line. We did a test for a fixed surface structure. This is what gives you the minimal amount of drift. The reason why the hydraulics have a drift, or the robotic parts have a drift, like why they move around, is because they, what's the right way to say it? It's the attachment joint. The attachment joint doesn't like staying attached because it's using physics, because it's an animated part. So basically, if they want the hinge to be simulated, they have to use a different type of, the developers have to use a different type of joint, I guess is the right way to say that. A different type of attachment node, because this is an animatable part. And that's directly from like the KSP2 devs, which makes sense. It's the attachment joint. And the fact that they have to use physics to animate the part because the parts move. Been away from work for like 10 days. How's the new space program going? It's going good, Cage. I'm working on getting all the GSE set up right now. To basically get us ready for some test flights. Hey, Boxy, what's going on, man? Great race. I don't want to talk about it too much, dude, because I have to focus on this. But yeah, it was fun race to watch. An actual good Monaco GP for a change. I'm shocked. Freaking Seb, dude. Love that guy. Oh, dude, I was cringing so hard, man. I was like, no! Valtteri gets the shaft again. Can't believe that. Can't believe that happened. That's just... Alright. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Alright, so we have to set the hinges. We have to configure these. So we don't want these forces to be... We don't want these to be really dampened out too much. They shouldn't really have any traverse rate, and frankly, these things shouldn't even need to be motorized, but I'll keep the motors engaged for debug purposes. The tire is still on. Oof. Oh, that's cringe, bro. Alright, so what I like to do is put a motor debug in here. A debug controller. Then you know what I'll do, just to make sure I don't accidentally delete it if this thing doesn't work? I'm going to take the cal debug and I'm going to end up putting it on the root part right there. And then we'll put it over here on the opposite side of the flame trench to know that this thing doesn't get wrecked. What this is going to do is not... These hinges are going to be unpowered. It's just on the real pad, the actuators are what's doing the work. This right here would be connected to that, and those would be connected to that. And those are what kind of pull the thing back and forth. Oh, they stripped the wheel nut? Oh, that's just bad luck. Serena Williams is the only Williams to get a post-race interview in ages. Oh, man. Oh. 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 Chad. That's bad, guys. Damn. But how's your life? If you say bom, and more or less you say mais ou menos, challenge for you to speak Portuguese. Eu falo português, Marcos. Como você está? Bom? Marco, come on. Yeah, I'll accept that trade deal. Yep. I'm gonna say cross-threaded. They had to have cross-threaded a Hellfish. Oye, como va Spanish, Mayor? Alright. Back to work. We have to set the motor controllers here. You know, the traverse rate, we can keep it as 90 because these things aren't gonna move very much. So what I will do is have a master cal controller here, and this cal controller will
Discovery,
be
go at throttle up.
main rotational debug, like that. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go into the action groups here, and we will select this, and we'll go into the main rotational debug. Select that and select traverse rate, or not traverse rate, target angle. Target angle, target angle, target angle. And even though it works in symmetry, sometimes it... Yeah, okay, cool. There we go, now it's working. Hey Nick, 28-month resub. Thank you. So these ones should start at 0 and go from there. And frankly, all of them should do that. Off to a good start, I see. Alright, so let me adjust the plate position on the cow controller. 90. Perfect. Alright. How's the pad coming along? Fine? What do you mean, Black Sue? If I recall correctly, the commentators mentioned that it was cross-threaded. Yep. What is this? Someone... It's the start of that, right there. Or just that. So someone, this ain't far from you. This is out at Edwards. You didn't know you speak Portuguese, but I'm fine. Marco, I worked with a bunch of Brazilians before I streamed. I worked with a bunch of people from Brazil in a restaurant. And
Discovery,
they taught me a little. I don't know very much Portuguese, but I did take Spanish in school, and I know they're not the same language, but they're close. So, like, I know how to say a bunch of vegetables, a bunch of pizza ingredients in freaking in Portuguese. But yeah, the guys that I worked with were from Anápolis, so Goiás. They were from the center of Brazil.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But you don't look Portuguese speaking. Obrigado. Okay. So I know Brazil. I know a little bit of Portuguese, just a little bit, not a lot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you for all the subs. Chosen one. What's up, dude? Hello from Rio. What's up, man? Chris gifted a sub to Mayor. Basu, 48-month resub. Alright, anyway, let's keep going. Should learn more languages. I know like a little bit of a bunch of different languages. The one I'm fluent the most in is bad English. I only speak 2 languages, English and bad English. Alright. Let's check here. Nope. Nope, too large. Yeah, there you go, Travening right here, yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. Are you gonna use launch clamps like this? What's that, Josh? Yeah! Did you get it working? Oh, hell yeah, man. Yeah, more or less. Yeah, that pretty much proves that theory. Your accent is not similar, that's what I meant. I know what you meant, dude. It's all good. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what this thing's gonna look like, Josh, but yeah. Thanks for helping me prove that it could work. Yeah, that's exactly. Mine's gonna be flipped around. My flame bucket and flame trench is gonna be on this side, and we're gonna back the thing up in here. But yeah, pretty much. The Venture Star is only gonna need 2 pieces of GSE. The thing that goes and picks it up off the runway, and this, and that's it. And then the fuel truck too, but does that count? I mean, I guess. It works well. Make sure the root part is a little bit away from the pad so it places down properly. I put my root part in mine. The root part is going to be as far away from the pad as possible. Yeah, dude, I already took that into account. You liked watching the creation, Steve? Thanks, man. I'm trying, dude. I try to push the envelope. And that's kind of the reason why I left the SSTO in here as an option for you guys to pick. Knowing that that's the nuclear option. And I mean, it really is. It's the nuclear option. You nuked my entire program. You nuked my entire space program and started over. But hey, that's fine. That's happened. That's awesome, Core. Yeah, Snackless. The irony is unfounded, but Still funny to me. Okay. So, how I set this up, guys, is that what you're looking at here, this is just a mock-up. Anything with the I-beams is a mock-up to get my dimensions and size and girder points. Everything that's here is the finalized pad. See what I'm talking about? Anything that's attached to this is temporary. Everything that's attached to this, all this stuff, all the girder segments and everything, that's final. Are you going to leave the Freedom infrastructure? I suppose. We still have Freedom boosters left. I don't like the angle that strut runs at. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. Kuro. Loads of unqualified people making important decisions about space programs. Never heard that before. You know what, Demoody? And maybe it's just that times are changing.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dude, I watched the House Appropriations Committee with Bill the other day. Those people aren't as stupid as we make them out to be. And that's what I'm afraid of. Like, is that bad? Like, it's fine not knowing what you're talking about. That's okay. But it's even, like... And canceling a program because you don't understand it, because rocket science is difficult. But it's worse if you know what you're doing and willingly cancel something. If it's one thing I'm starting to learn, it's that politicians aren't as dumb as we make them out to be. I mean, some of them. Insert person that you don't like, right? Like, but I was listening to all those House Appropriations guys, and all the House, they're all representatives. They seem to know what they were talking about. We watched a National Spaceflight Council where the last vice president frickin' went off about nuclear propulsion, and I'm sitting there going, how do you know that? You're not supposed to know that, man. Crazy man. You're not supposed to know these things. How dare you speak the same space language as me? You know? Hi, Mai. It's gonna be a second. I gotta fix the pad. But anyway. Yeah, no, it actually made me kind of happy. It was kind of refreshing hearing some people that actually know what they're talking about. I'll go back to Mike Garcia. He knew what he was talking about. He absolutely knew what he was talking about. He basically asked Bill, like, hey, can I get some new airframes out here? My airframes are aging out at out at Armstrong because the planes are super old. And he's like, yeah, that's not a bad idea. We could rope that into the infrastructure. Like, I'm like, oh man. Wow, some sense actually being talked by these people? I don't know how I feel about this. I feel weird, man. Yeah, good mood. Fortunately, I don't think there's very many gimmicks with spaceflight stuff because it's centered around rocket science. That's a hill that I'll die on, man. You can't fund a spaceflight program that breaks physics. Alright, anyway. Back to work, dudes. Yeah, good mood. It forces everybody to work together. It's true. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy here. Now, stream's been good, Flex. How about you?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Chris? But Hellfish, we gotta work with these people one way or the other, dude. Chris, give the sub to Space Herp, and then give the sub to James. Thanks, dudes. Alright, so we're gonna have a little bit of a conversation now about root hierarchies here and how they work. So, let me explain. Back to work, dudes. Look. So Kerbal uses a single tree, a single branch root hierarchy system, okay? So this is something that comes from the 3D modeling world, and I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it comes from the coding world too, okay? So listen up. This is important if you want to build launch pads, or heck, this is important if you want to build good rockets, rockets that stay together and rockets that don't weeble wobble out, all right? So there's a single tree hierarchy here, meaning that Kerbal has a root part. Actually, you know what? I'll build it backwards. It's better to do that way. You have your probe core, right? And then, say you're building a rocket, right? You have a fairing right after that, right? And then you have your fuel tank. You got a fuel tank, right? And then, you know, you have an engine, right? This is how this goes. And then, what would you put after this? A decoupler? Like, we'd want a 1/8 decoupler like that, right? That's what we want. I don't know why it's shrouding out like that, but there. Right? And then, you have your stage tanks, right? Your first stage tanks, like this. Kind of like Freedom 7, right? And then you have your first stage engine, right? So, in your rocket build, this will work. There's a single branch. Every part is connected to a single part all the way down to the bottom. Now, if you want to add boosters, this is like the stump of a tree, all right? This is the stump. That's the root part, all right? The fairing is the base of the tree, and then you can have branches based off of that, all right? So, if you want, I don't know, side boosters, for instance, right? You have a decoupler. Guess what? That's a branch. This is now a branch. Now it splits. Take the decouplers off and radially attach these tanks here. Now you have a branch. Alright? And the reason why I use trees is because, well, they use trees. That's kind of how that works. Alright? So look at this. Titan Heavy right here. This is nice, right? The reason why I bring this up is because this is great for building rockets. This type of system is good for building rockets. It's not really that good for building anything else. Why? Why is that? Because I basically can't node attach. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit for this part, fellas. You can't so you can't node attach. You see how all these parts are in a node attachment, right? So one is node attached to the other, like this, right? They're node attached. If you hold left alt, they'll lock to each other. They're not radially attached like this, see? That's different. If you want to make a branch, you have to radial attach. Now, let me draw the hierarchy out for this with girders. It's a little bit easier to understand. You can node attach after you make the branch, right? But Kerbal always will want a single branch hierarchy, right? So, I mean, the thing basically, that rocket in hierarchical form basically looks like a trident, right? And then that part right there is representative of your decoupler, okay? Now, the reason why I bring this all up is because when you go to build stuff like launch pads, this starts getting complicated, all right? So, our launch table right here that the X-33 uses, this thing, it's a big box, right? If you look at how the thing's actually attached, right? It's attached via two huge freaking brackets right there. See that? The brackets form a V right there, and they go to the hinge. Okay? So, if I was going to make that, right? It would have to be like this, right? We would want to do something 15, 45 like that, right? And then you'd want to do something like that, right? But see, here's the problem. Now, you can node attach things, right? And then you can strut stuff to close the loop, right? But you're never going to be able to node attach in a full circle, okay? So if we were going to do it, it would look like this, right? But just because I node attach that to that, see, only those are highlighting there in this equilateral triangle that we made. See what I'm talking about? That's not attached to anything. You can't do a double node attach with Kerbal's hierarchy system. And that makes it really difficult for things to work correctly. Now, another thing that you could possibly do, if you really wanted to, when building a pad like this, I mean, not another thing that you could do. I have to get into another problem that I'm running into, and this is what I'm thinking about when I'm building these things, all right? So say we do this, right? And now, let's say we want these to connect to each other. There's no connection here. Even though it looks like it, there's no connection. There's nothing. These parts are not connected. See, if I select this piece right here, it's only selecting 1, 2, and 3. Now, I know what people are saying. Well, you could strut this together. My running thing is if you want to close the single tree hierarchy, i.e. if you want to rope 2 branches together, right? It's struts, right? But the problem is that struts are like bolting things together, and a node attach or a radial attach is like welding things together. Now, what does that mean? What do you mean bolting versus welding? Welding is way stronger. It's not way stronger. I mean, it is, but stuff's more likely to stay rigid when you weld it. It's stuff that's bolted can move around. And now the launch pad could do, if I did this right, and say we put it in 2x radial just for the heck of it. Now the thing, when we go to move it, it's susceptible to torsional load right here because struts aren't as strong as attachment points. So I have to make this in a little bit of a different way. I have to basically apply stage theory, right? So how Kerbal connects stages together on a single branch. I have to apply that logic to this. Because if you don't, it's going to act like you roped a bunch of branches together and it's going to be weebly wobbly. That's the mistake I made with Imahara's pad. Anybody remember the first early days of mission mode? The early days of mission mode here, right? I started off with a launch pad that I made, and it was kind of a first attempt at building a really small sat launcher, right? And it was wobbly as hell. Everything moved all over the place because I didn't follow the hierarchy kind of correctly, I guess is the right way to say that. Here, let's go back, see if we can find some early pictures. That launch pad. See that? This thing liked to wobble all over the place. It was super susceptible to wobbling. Nice, Neuro. So, you have to kind of follow this because if you node attach and use a single tree root, I have a theory that you're less susceptible to hydraulic drift, but also the pad will be stronger. So now, once again, I have to figure out a way, instead of building the pad, right, that reaction box, instead of building it out like this, right, and going over like that and building like this, what I want to do is build it like this. Do you see the difference? You see the difference in how this whole thing works? I'll put this comparison down here. I'll do the other comparison here. Okay, so one, at first glance, the big difference here, right, is that this doesn't have an I-beam in the center. Right? And, well, I mean, now it does, but you don't want to build this like this one down here, because then this thing, which is designed to be super freaking rigid, right, because it's a launch pad, it has to be rigid, now it's going to be floppy. You're going to have stuff bolted together. Now, seriously, the reason why I bring up welding versus bolting, do you see any bolts here? See any bolts holding this frame together? Nope. It's all welded. Always has been. Go look at SpaceX's transporter. Look where there's bolts, look where there's welds. The welds are stronger. Welds are less likely to weeble wobble around. This thing needs to be strong. It needs to hold up 50 to 60 tons of SSTO, fully fueled. Remember, actually, it's like 100 tons, more like it when it's fully fueled. That thing really needs to be strong. So we really got to make sure that we make that thing strong. Very strong. Hey, Badger, what's going on? And that's why this way up here, where it moves as one, right, is the right way. The right way to do this. Long story short, you want to make... You don't want to make small branches. Not small branches. You want to have this thing kind of work on a center line, and then have all of your structural parts on the center line of the tree, I guess, and then have everything else on the sides that's not structural. Keep all your structural stuff in line. All right. So this thing, like I said, will be extremely susceptible to doing stuff like this. You see, even in the editor, you know, we're manipulating from the same spot. I can't do that with this. This will stay a lot more rigid than that will. And now that's not just because of this piece here, but because I attached that beyond the rotational point. See that? I have one rotational point that controls both the nodes right here, okay? And once again, my terminology is probably a little rusty with this. Rather than having two, see, I have two in this. Basically, you want to split the connection at the right time. And splitting, you generally want to split after there's a hinge or something, right? Or after there's some major structural component, like where a decoupler is, right? You want to split after. You don't attach boosters to the decoupler. I mean, you could. You attach boosters to a radial decoupler, but not one in line, right? Do you think KSP2 will have the same issue? It's not an issue, geek. It's not an issue. Don't get confused, dude. Not confused. That's not an issue with KSP. That's like saying, oh, my concrete foundation that's designed to hold up a double wide is having problems holding up a 3-story house. Well, yeah, no crap. It wasn't designed for that. It's more of just, dude, there's not really a better way to do this. I mean, I'm sure someone has thought of something out there, but the Kerbal, this is, I don't think you can get, if you want to get into more complex hierarchies, dude, I think it's going to mess with the simulation. It messes with the sim a lot. It's not, no, and this isn't a bug, guys. This is more figuring out how Kerbal works. Like, I'm trying to think of like a car analogy, dude. That would be like saying like, oh, my 4-cylinder doesn't make enough horsepower because it's not a V8. Do you think the next 4-cylinder will have 8 cylinders, right? See what I'm talking about? That's more how the game is made. That's what Felipe did. That's how he built this when he first made it. And frankly, it's really freaking good. That's a really good way of doing things. It has its limitations, right? Because I can't weld a box piece together, right? You can never weld, like I can't do 1 weld, 2 weld, 3 weld, 4 weld. You can never do that, but you can bolt stuff together. And just like a real structure, like take SpaceX's launch pad that they're building right now, some stuff's bolted together and some stuff's welded together. How I try to make it is I try to emulate where the welds are by node attaching parts and where the parts are bolted together by using struts. So the reason why I go on this entire freaking diatribe here is because, well, the outside attachment points for the launch box here, right, are outside. I don't have a single way to connect this. So we're going to have to come up with some trickery here, okay? They should just add part welding instead of changing the hierarchy. Part welding won't necessarily solve that problem, Papa Bear, but yeah. A tree system works well for rockets, which is what the game is made for. Exactly, Josh. But it can be applied. It's not like you couldn't use a rocket to make a house. You could. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to. But then again, I don't know why you'd want to make launch pads in a game that has a launch clamp in it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what we choose to do. That's how we have fun. That's the challenge. Figuring out ways to make Kerbal understand, using this single tree system, understand what the launch pad is. And that's what makes the Freedom Pad so ridiculously good, is because it does. I fooled it. I fooled Kerbal into acting like a real launch pad. And just like I fooled Kerbal into having realistic aerodynamics. I gotta build something before I integrate to it, Doom, but yeah, that's what I'm working on. So, we gotta do a little bit of trickery. So here's what I'm gonna do. Watch this. Alright. So I'm gonna move that out of the way for a second. Okay? Now, once again, all these parts here are just that's just my template. I made a template last stream, so this should come together really, really quickly. Alright? And long story short, once again, if none of that made sense and you're just like, okay,
Discovery,
Jay,
go and throttle up.
Fine, I guess. Basically, I have to build the launch pad like a rocket to make it launch correctly. To make it structurally act correctly. I have to build it like a rocket in KSP. So you have to pick where you want to split the connection. You have to be very careful about that. So here's how we're going to do this, okay? Now, these three, right? How I have this set up is these three, right? These three hinges would be attached to the erector, and these four on the outsides would be attached to the box, right? To that thing. But here's where we're going to do some trickery, okay? So, let me take this. And also note that I'm attaching these. I'm attaching them to the launch pad. I'm not attaching them to this. There's a reason for that. Because these beams right here, and that support is attached to this. And then these beams are attached directly to that. I'm roping my branches together strategically. Basically, these are boosters. Understand? Boosters for your rocket. These are the side boosters. That's a side booster. The hinges are side boosters. All the hinges are attached directly to the plate. And this works. This works basically like this. Here's what I did. Okay? So, that's the launch plate. So that my fairing down here, that piece works exactly like the probe core on a rocket that you'd be making. All right? And here's what we did. Right? That's one set of girders. That's another set of girders like that. Right? And then here's our hinges. Just like that. See what I'm talking about? I made a bunch of little tridents. And then I strutted everything together. At the end of these branches, everything is strutted. See what I'm talking about? And everything works off of one root part. And now that's super strong. That ain't gonna move. Anesthesia, 28-month resub. See what I'm talking about? Do you guys understand why this is way stronger? Because no particular piece is more than 1 to 2 degrees away from the stump of the tree. Just like boosters in Kerbal are not that far away from the center branch, from the center stack. If you attach a booster to a booster to a booster to a booster, the further away you get, the more floppy it's going to be, right? If you picture a tree in your mind, you have a big main stump, right? You have the stump and then you have a big main, like, log of the tree, and then it has a bunch of smaller and smaller and smaller logs coming off of that, right? There's no, like, small log attached to a big log, right? And a big branch. I make sure that all my biggest structural branches are coming right off of the stump of the tree to keep it structurally sound. Just like you'd attach boosters in 4x symmetry, right? You do 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead of 1, 2, and then 1, 2 attached to the sides of that. That's 4 at a time symmetry would be way stronger, right? Make tridents. That's what I'm trying to say. So here's what we're going to do with this. And this is where the trickery comes in. So take this piece, right? Hey, Vanguard, what's up, man?
Discovery,
Watch.
go at throttle up.
I want my frame, the box frame, the launch table, right, and the transporter to both be attached via one branch, one big strong branch. This is my big strong branch, okay? Hazareth, or Hazareth, 5-month resub. Thanks, man. Oops. Oh. Oh. Primo, it's your fault that I say that. And maybe I should probably do like an more advanced building tutorial for this, because that was kind of off the cuff right there, but this should work. Should be fine. And now, while I don't necessarily condone part clipping, right? Like, it has to be in context. This is one of those times where part clipping in context really is important. Because, well, I can't weld stuff together. So I have to do some tomfoolery to fake Kerbal's structural hierarchy tree in understanding that certain parts are connected to certain parts. So here's what we're gonna do. Watch. See what I did? They are clipped into each other. Two hinges right clipped into each other. Now, I don't have to worry about that. These two hinges are going to be free floating. But one of them is going to be connected to the launch table, and another one is going to be connected to the transporter. And then these supplementary struts here, these two are going to be strutted to whatever part I branch off from here, and then these four are going to be strutted to the launch table. That should make this extremely strong. And if we did this right, we have this boxed hierarchy that we just made, right? Like we made a bunch of tridents, right? This shouldn't move. It shouldn't. I mean, you're still going to experience some drift here and there, but this should be about as impervious to part drift as I possibly could make. Brimo, I'll come up with a better script for it some other time. Yeah, I never said open until freaking started dating Primo. This is your fault. Alright. So once again, because this is the stump here, this is the stump of my launch pad, this is the stuff that needs to be the strongest. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do now. I need to come up with the root part for the transporter. So this is a part that needs to be extremely strong. And I'll probably make it in the same way that I made my TE for Condor, which is, well, a rocket, inerted SRB, an inerted thumper, right? And we can't use auto strut. You can't auto strut through one of these parts unless it's locked, so you know what? We'll use the top. You need a strong back, right? And so this is what I mean about picking and choosing where you want parts. Das came up with the idea of of using these as structural pieces, which is actually really smart. Why? Well, this doesn't bend. It doesn't bend and flex. It's one part. If I had a bunch of these girder segments attached to each other, we'd need to put reinforcement struts everywhere because, once again, you know, even a welded part, which is really, really strong, is still going to be susceptible to bending. This is not susceptible to bending. And I do not want this to deform, especially where these parts, where we're going to be pushing up on this piece. You don't want that to deform. Stepped up a level yesterday. What's that, Doom? Oh, yo, that car's cherry, man. Really, really, really nice. I really like it. You really did. That really is coming together nice. The rims are perfect. 5 spokes look beautiful on that car. I'm a little jelly, Doom. What transmission do you have in that car? Just out of curiosity. You have 8-speed ZF. Alright, cool. Yeah, right on. I haven't heard much about those things, dude. I don't know if they're good or not, but I mean, if you're using it, I'd assume it's probably good. Alright, so that's going to be the root part. This thumper is going to be the root for the erector. I just need this part to stay rigid. Honestly, it would be nice if I could... I mean, could we use a kickback? How long is the kickback? The kickback's a little too long. The reason why it's a little too long is because I need this to be on solid ground. Because that's where the front landing gear is. I don't want the landing gear on this thing to be on the transporter erector. Because you could bend the hydraulics. That's... Yeah, I don't want that. That's too long. Okay, so... Now, this is the stump. Now... This is the stump of the transporter erector. So let's condense it down. Forget about everything else. Forget about all this. We know that that's strong. This is the stump for this piece. What are the pickup points that we need to get? What's important here? Well, the important parts are where we push up on it. We don't want that bending. I don't think I need to say why. You don't want that bending. So that has to be really strong. And we also have the part where it pushes up on the belly of the launcher, of the rocket. Right there. I don't want that bending. So, here's what we do. Take this. You know that node attaching is strong, right? And because we know node attaching is strong, here's what we do. Gizmo it right into the right position, and then let me just move this back and make sure. This is my blueprint pieces here. The I-beams and everything made out of blueprints. Make sure we're selecting the right part. Okay, that part is fine. Now we're good. Now that's in the right spot. So we're gonna grandparent strut that, and then I'm gonna put, I have same vessel collision on it already. Done. So now we need to figure out the strong points for our hinges. I don't want to get rid of it because that's just the blueprints. I don't want to get rid of it just yet. It's like casting parts. Yeah. Chief, there's basically ways to make welded parts in KSP. There's ways to make... The SRBs would work like a cast piece, and then stuff that's strutted together works like a bolted piece. That's how I think about it in my mind when we build launch pads. You have to use the right... You have to weld in the right spot, you have to bolt in the right spot, and you have to cast certain pieces so they stay strong, right? Just like real building. It can be translated, and that's what I mean about faking it. You gotta fake KSP into acting like... You gotta fake it into acting like real physics. That's what I do. This is what we did with the crane. Notice that the way I built the crane never bent. The only thing that bent on it was the hydraulics. The structure of that crane almost never had any problems. See, this is what I mean. This is what happens when you get this far into building stuff in KSP. You pick up things and you pick them up and then you put them right back down. No, you pick stuff up and it definitely helps. Now, I'm starting to think that these hinges should be rotated 90. So I'm going to go in the cow controller here. And I'm going to remove these hinges from this line just for a second. And now... yeah, having this rotated 90 would be easier to distinguish these two hinges. So, what we're going to do is... whoop. Now I got to check with my template again. This part, every part that's highlighted here, is a template that I made. It's a template to pick up on all the important positions on the launch pad. Where the SSDO is going to stand. The transporter erector, where it's going to hook up to the vehicle. Where it's going to... like, where the pad will be touching the ground and where it won't. It's a template to get everything basically situated where I need it. Alright, I'm going to move this piece. Now, here's another thing that we could do. I could move this rigid piece up just a little bit, but it'd probably be better to push on that center of mass right there. That way this piece wouldn't be as susceptible to bending. So yeah, that's where I want that, and that's where I had it. Okay, cool. So now we're going to take this, I'm going to move this out of the way. And then I'm going to take these struts, or these hinges, and now what we're going to do is strut these things like this. And basically, I'm going to make an A-frame here with these hinges to make sure that this thing stays nice and strong. If we wanted to make a triangulated frame here, we could even go so far as to moving these outwards a little bit, just a little bit, and that would actually make the base of this stronger. And I'm pretty dang sure we're going to prove it with this pad or disprove it. More likely disprove, because trying to get around hydraulic drift is really difficult. Turns out. I'm going to move these out to make this a little bit more triangulated. Also, the refinery base from Mark III parts, it was so strong and you flew a quadcopter under. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, those are really strong, Chief. I don't think I can necessarily use those in this scenario, but we'll find out. And we thought we've seen it all. What's that, Bree? Money can't buy happiness is just something poor people say to make themselves feel better. I've never seen anybody sad in a Ferrari. Meanwhile, at Ferrari. Ooh. Anyone in chat a lawn and garden person? I mean... it showed a picture of Leclerc crashing. Geek. I feel bad for Valtteri. That's bull. That's bull. I mean, it's just a... I mean, somebody cross-threaded the bolt. Like, I mean, but I think Valtteri deserves to be a little bit pissed off at Mercedes. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's getting a little old, don't you think? Now, see, I'm wondering if having this SRB attachment node offset is a good idea, because Doom. Could you imagine that happened to Ham? I can, and it has. The last time that happened to Lewis Hamilton, he got so pissed off at McLaren, he joined Mercedes. I distinctly remember the point where Lewis decided he was going, or at least I'm pretty sure it was the point where Lewis said, all right, I'm out. In Mercedes, actually, that's exactly what happened. They couldn't get a wheel off. It was in 2012 when Lewis was still driving for McLaren. Couldn't get a wheel off. Lewis said, screw this, I'm out. I remember, they couldn't get the wheel off, and he's sitting there in the car going... Yeah, and then he promptly left McLaren. Yep. And then McLaren promptly imploded right after that. Yep. Oops. Would you in the future go back to see what Dart to see what was wrong with it? Sure. Always something to learn. Are you happy about Leclerc's great race? I think Ferrari should have let him race, and if the drive shaft breaks, it breaks. Deal with it. But, I don't know, man. Bernardo disagrees with me. The drive shaft broke on the installation lap. They didn't stop him from racing. The car did. And they couldn't have replaced the drive shaft after the drive shaft, which is connected to the wheel hub, hit the wall. And I know what you're gonna say. Oh no, only the front wheel hit the. No, dude. If you bonk the drive shaft on a car, even if it's on the right rear tire, because his front tire hit that wall in swimming pool, and it went back, and then the back tire also pegged the wall and caused the car to hit the second wall sideways. It bonked the drivetrain. Ferrari didn't want to change the gearbox, so they just said, "Man, it's fine." And then when it wasn't fine, they went, "Take the gearbox penalty and let Leclerc drive." You should have rebuilt the whole. You should have rebuilt the whole car. You don't just rebuild a part of a car after an accident. It doesn't matter if it's a Formula One car or not. But anyway, I got to get back to work. They said it was unrelated, but who knows? You guys haven't been watching Formula One that long, have you? Alright, anyway, back to what I was talking about here. Look, I've been a Ferrari fan for over 2 decades, man. They do stuff like this, and it's really annoying. It's an Italian thing. You want to save face. Trust me on this one. Geek, you know what I'm talking about. You want to save face, so it's like, oh, we don't want our car breaking at Monaco, you know. Trust me, I know, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly, Falcon. Yeah. It's a stubborn Italian thing. Take it, source, M stubborn Italian. I know this for a fact. Trust me, I've been watching Ferrari operate for a long time. The only time they didn't get cold feet and everything was when a bunch of Brits were running the team. It's true. All right. Anyway, let's get back to work. Yeah, alright. I'll try running with an offset SRB, but I'm not sure having this thing offset is the wisest decision. But we'll see where it takes us. Okay. Now, these panels that are basically there for Kerbals to walk on should be fine. We could just pretty much transfer these right over. It's not... These things don't need to be very strong. They're not structural. They're just there for Kerbals to walk on and get underneath. They're just there to basically cover the hole in the ground. And that's the case on the real one. They put those there and it's grading just to cover up the chassis for the vehicle. It's probably so they could service the vehicle better. See? They basically just put some graded steel over the top, and then there's some flat steel right there where it's structural, but there's just plate right there. See how it's grates right here and it's plates right there? Grates and plates, baby. Yeah, it's because this is stronger because it holds the bipod strut. I don't really need to do that because I already fooled Kerbal into working correctly, I think, with putting that there. So I think we're good on that in that regard. This doesn't look like a space plane. Yeah, but this... Now, DevAppler, let me ask you, does it look like a launch pad for a space plane? Important question. Now, the thing about building a transporter erector is, or an erector like this, is that you want it to be as simultaneously light as possible and also as strong as possible. Because you don't, in this case, this is a building thing, and this kind of ends up being like the Delta V formula in a case. You don't want a big freaking huge hydraulic to move some big heavy transporter. This comes to mind, the TUA, because then your ground service equipment gets way more complicated once you start moving some big stuff around like that. Look at, we've studied this hydraulic mechanism before. That thing is absurdly complicated because this is a gigantic vehicle. This is part of the reason why they vertically stacked the Saturn V and the Space Shuttle, because building something like that is more complicated than building the damn crawler and a mobile launcher. Hey, Bagel Buddy, 4-month resub. We've made this work. I've made this work structurally in Kerbal. It's difficult. Yeah, that was not easy to make. Really not easy to make. That's called the TUA. It's just basically Russian for transporter erector. Lost some hair to that project, but we did get it to work, Chris, which is pretty cool. I mean, see, this is the part where the Russians, I'm like, why don't you just use a crane like the VAB? That makes so much more sense, but I'm sure there was reasons. Crazy. I mean, it is a crazy piece of kit. See this platform right here? That whole thing moves. The whole thing. So not this piece down here, not this stuff, this piece. The hydraulics are attached to that. This whole sucker moves to put the Buran on the pad, which is an insane piece of GSE. It's some pretty gnarly engineering, but you got to remember, in the case of what we're trying to do, here, we want to make the GSE as simple as possible, right? Because we're making an SSTO. The idea is to be able to rapidly get back and forth to the pad, right? Yeah, that whole freaking thing moved. So I want to try to make this as light as possible so I can make it as simple as possible, just like building a rocket. But it was glorious. It was a crazy piece of kit, Doom, to be honest with you. Now this is where we could do that, and then this part probably would do this if we go to do physics simulation. So this is where we're going to build some branches here for this thing. I'm going to build some branches out to make this thing stronger out front, because I don't want this weeble wobbling around. Now I could just run a strut right there. That would probably be the simplest way to do this. But I firmly believe that the angle of the strut really has a lot to do with how the strut structurally acts. Think if there's any polybridge players out there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The angle that you put the strut at, because you are under a physics simulation right here, the angle that you put the strut at actually makes a big difference. You got to make sure that this thing doesn't move around. So the way to do this would be to build this section out a little bit more. So we could do that. And once again, I'm trying to keep this as basic as possible. Because remember, we can radially attach these things. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Take the nozzle and clip the nozzles into each other so it doesn't look like I just used an SRB as a transporter erector. even though we did, but don't tell nobody. Now take this, grandparent part it, and now we have a nice extension. We could get another extension here by using another one of these if we really wanted to. But I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to. So here's what we're gonna do. That's grandparent strutted, even though that really, the grandparent strutting won't do anything because it's grandparent strutting to the hinge, because it's hinge, SRB, SRB. So that might not be the best way to do this, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. What we should do actually, the double SRBs would be a good idea. And that would get us pretty much the exact length that we're looking for. If we just boot the nozzles inside of each other like that, it should be fine. Not should be, it will be. It'll be fine. It's not like they're gonna fire, and even if they do fire, they have no thrust and no fuel, so they're not gonna do anything. They're basically just a pipe. Grandparent part. So that one can't have grandparent part on it. It's not gonna do anything because you can't auto strut to robotic parts. It doesn't work. The only time you can auto strut to these things is when they're locked, and that won't be locked because it needs to move. This one, though, will have a grandparent strut from this to that booster. It leapfrogs if you grandparent strut. So now, what we'll do is this. And once again, the only reason I'm really doing this in the first place is because, I can't build one SRB that's this exact length, and it needs to be this length because I can't have it go to where the landing gear is. We need to be able to roll the vehicle in here, right? Set it down on its landing gear, right? If we need to. And it needs to snap dock here. It needs to be able to dock right there. Does need to be able to dock right there. I might need additional hard points. But we could also make it so we could set the thing down. And I made sure to pick up on the landing gear spots there. But we might need other structural points. But it's okay. We can figure them out later. The point is, the vehicle, even if I have a vehicle that's going to transport this thing here, or we have like a tow bar and a transport tug, move it into position, the landing gear is still going to be touching right here. Or some other thing is going to be touching right here. And I don't want it touching the transporter erector because that's on a hydraulic load. Don't want to do that. It's like when you jack up a car. Anybody that's ever worked on a car, if you jack the car up, the floor jack is only there to get the car up in the air. You'd want to put jack stands underneath it because the jack stands are basically solid. You don't want to get underneath anything that's on a hydraulic load, and simultaneously you don't want to put anything on top of a hydraulic load either that you don't intend to lose, you know? So I don't want anything structural on the transporter erector because it'll be sitting on the hydraulics. I don't really want to do that. Alright, so how am I gonna do this? Alright, this could work. Let's just do that. Gizmo the strut down and Gizmo one in. So the SRBs are a branch off of our stump right here, and the panels are a branch off of the stump right here, and then the structural point for the transporter is a branch off of the stump as well. See what I'm doing? So those that were here for the original part of this kind of spiel about hierarchies knows that you want to make everything, you want to have a bunch of branches coming off your stump, and then you can tie the branches together. You don't want to try to make a tree that goes into two stumps and then try to tie everything together. Kerbal doesn't like that. That's how you get Kraken strikes. You don't want that. So we have SRB, SRB, SRB. That's that branch, right? So that's the stump. The two SRBs are the branch. And then attached to the the thumper right here, we have another branch of panels here. That's another branch. And those branches are tied together. And then the holder, which is also another branch. Why don't you make like a tree and branch, okay? And this should all line up, more or less. Oh, there we go. And then now we have a box right here. We have a box, basically boxed struts here that hold all this together. Struts strong together, chat. And I'm going to work on the angle there so it's more 45'd out. Actually, that's pretty good. Do you empty fuel from these? All of them. Yeah, it's Roger. I'm just using these for structure. They're inerted SRBs. They make great struts. Well, they make great stumps, actually. Good trees. We like trees. Trees are nice. Okay, so this should not move. This thing should be really, really strong. Now, just like I said, you don't want hydraulics to be held up by anything, right? You don't want these things to... I don't want it to be under hydraulic load the entire time. That's what... hydraulic load like that is what I think causes drift, because when you load the part's compressed. We don't want that to happen. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a new branch off of my stump, off of the main tree stump, which is the structural tube. That's the root part of this subassembly. And what we're going to do is this. This one will be right here, right? And that's connected. That's going to be pushing against the ground now. And then this one will be attached to that. Actually, you know what? Let's make a bunch of different branches here. It'll probably work better if we do this way. Actually, that's the only spot where I really can have it, right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So these parts, this is going to be the jack stand for the most part. This is going to be, this part right here is going to be the jack stand for the P's. Clayton, 15-month resub. So do you know anything about this? I can't find much on it. No, Goalie, I don't know so much about that, to be honest with you. Alright, so this is going to be the jack stand, right? Now, this is the stump of the jack stand, so this is the piece that's touching the ground. The girder should be enough. Now, I always make sure that when I'm building a launch pad that the only stuff that's touching the ground is stuff that is, has very, very high impact tolerance, because sometimes stuff shakes on the ground, and if you have something that's touching the ground that has low impact tolerance, like 10 or like 7, or a grip pad that, well, grip pads have super high impact tolerance, which is good. You could use those as pads if you want. I find that collider shape is the more important one. And girders. Girders have 80 meters a second impact tolerance. That's the other reason why the crane never had any Kraken striking problems, or the launch pad. The only things touching the ground were I-beams and girder segments, which have some of the highest impact tolerances in the game. My back is killing me. Any tips on what I have to do to take care of it? Lift with your legs, Clayton. Put some Bengay on it and go out and walk. Walking naturally realigns your back. That's what I did yesterday. My back feels fine today. I'm serious. Go out and walk. Moving around is the best thing that you can do. And you want to build up the muscles around your back, so building up the muscles around your back will kind of strengthen it, because back pain comes from your spine being crooked. Well, not crooked. It comes from a herniated disc. I have this. Yeah, you could do swimming. Swimming is a little more low impact. So, Clayton, I'm serious. Go for a friggin' walk. Go walk down to the beach or something. You can have the stream on your headphones or something. Trust me, that helps a lot. Alright, so now... Now we're going to grandparent strut, and because that is attached to here and this is attached to that, I make a grandparent strut right there, and now that has a strut going to there. You got to be careful with auto struts though. Auto struts don't like strutting over a long distance, because then you run into a float point error, and the auto strut can bend. You ever dock two ships together in KSP up in space and they start wiggling like this? Just for no random reason? That's because your auto struts are bending. Over long distances, the struts don't like working because of just float point error, and that's not something that you can fix. The solution is to have shorter struts. Think about it, if you ran a beam like a strut that went from all the way to there, in real life, it would just bend and flex. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't be structural, that's for sure. You don't want to make your struts really, really long. And Kerbal's way of telling you this is when your craft freaks out. That's because the physics doesn't know that, the struts, which aren't designed to bend, right? Kerbal doesn't understand that the strut is bending, and then it just freaks out and something blows up. Well, just go walk around. Go walk around the block then, dude. Trust me. I'm telling you. Just walk around. You don't need to run. Just walk around. It naturally kind of knocks everything back into alignment. So auto strut to grandparent. Grandparent isn't always the solution, Dread, but I find that you don't want to auto strut. Like, I don't like using root part, and I don't like using heaviest part. The reason why I don't like doing that is because if you dock two ships together, right, and your heaviest part is on one ship and you have landing gear like a shuttle attaching to a space station, right? If your heaviest part is on the other side of the space station, you dock a shuttle, landing gear run heaviest part, auto strut, whether you like it or not. That was their way to overcome the fact that that a new version of Unity didn't have a suspension package in it, and the old suspension package in KSP didn't work with a new version of Unity, and so they had to use an off-the-shelf suspension package from Unity itself, and that screwed up all the landing gear in the game. That's why landing gear freak out so much, which is what happened to Dart, right? That same kind of phenomenon is when they switched to Unity 5, the developers of KSP had to use an off-the-shelf application for suspension because they didn't have time nor the money to build their own, because coding suspension is really, really, really difficult. That's really tough. There are ways to get around it, though. Like I said, there's always another way. And that's why I like engineering so much, especially with rockets. You don't ever kind of go head on to a problem. It's ways of mitigating it or finding another solution, which is why I enjoy this so much. But that's another story. All right. So why don't they fix it now as part of a new update? Because there's only so much stuff you want to add to a game that's almost a decade old, Nuclear. There's only so many things you really kind of want to put into. I mean, technically, KSP could do with an entire physics package upgrade right now, because the physics package in this thing is 10 years old and has been worked on by a bunch of people. It'd be better to, don't you think, instead of trying to unpack everything that's been done to this game over 10 years, it would be better to just go and make your own? And then in the meantime, do a bunch of quality of life updates to KSP 1 to prepare for KSP 2? Right now, from a economic standpoint, it doesn't make any sense putting crazy amounts of money into KSP1 like that, because you want to put crazy amounts of money into KSP2. So do all the quality of life stuff in KSP1 that everybody wanted that never happened. Make KSP1 about as good as you can get it, and then use it as a springboard for KSP2. Trust me, I know this stuff. I took an economics of video games course once at Full Sail. It was a good time. Okay, give this up to Vegas Era. And KSP2 is a reworked physics package from the ground up. Well, I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night, yep. Okay, that should be good. Now, this is the holder. This is the holder piece for this, and this is going to need same vessel interaction, and so is that one. Same vessel interaction. Now I got to make sure every part that's clipped into this does not have same vessel interaction enabled on it. It doesn't. Good. So the other thing that I'm going to do is, just to make sure that this thing stays aligned, I'm going to put 2 panels right here like this, and 15, 30, 45. And do exactly that. These should be set to same vessel as well. And the SRBs have a little bit of a weird collider. It's not weird, it's just the hitbox for the SRBs is a little bit in. See that? How I'm highlighting like the SRB right there? My mouse is over it, but it's not technically highlighting it. That's what we want right there. That should be good. We could also, if we really wanted to be fancy, right, we could turn same vessel collision off on this and just use the panels to hold this thing in place. But that might mean finding kind of a custom place to put them. And that might mean messing with the SRB and seeing where the dang collider is. Let's try that. Nope. Okay, so it looks like we might need to find a little bit of a custom angle here. I always try to overlap parts in KSP just a little bit. I think that might be a little too much overlap, but when we go and mess with this a little bit later, when we go to test it, the pad working, we'll see. Remember to go have a look at this thing. And now, since these things are structural, because they're actually physically going to hold that SRB in place, which is going to hold this whole thing off the hydraulics, so we're not putting weight on them, or load. We're not putting load on them. Because I made those structural, I'm going to grandparent strut them, which means they're going to be grandparented down to this piece here. And actually, that might be enough. We'll have to go see if those things move. Will KSP2 have the same tree structure limitations? They're not really limitations, Chief. It's not a limitation, it's just... I mean, I don't... From what I can see, yeah, most likely it'll probably be similar. I don't really... And once again, guys, this isn't a limitation, and nor am I trying to say that this is not well made. Like, just keep that in mind. I'm not... This isn't like, oh my god, they made it this way, so it's such a pain in the butt to build what I want in a game. It's such a pain in the butt to build a skyscraper in a game where you're supposed to build rockets. You know what I mean? Like, these limitations, like, there's... As far as I know, there's really not a better way to do this. Let me rephrase. Will Unity enforce the same tree structure? I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Now, what I'm going to do is tie more of these branches together by doing this. Keeping all the spots where it touches the ground together is probably something that we should be working on. We should be doing. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that yet because I don't have the base plate of the pad made. So our building principles will remain the same. Chief, even if it doesn't, the fact that I have a background in doing 3D art, I'll be able to figure it out. I can figure out this stuff because most of this hasn't changed. And even if it is new technology, I'll still figure it out. Like, even if it's something that I technically have no experience in, I'll still figure it out. That's how I roll, dude. No hill is too high. Why are there no cubes in KSP, Kappa? Yeah, right. Yeah, if you're trying to build rockets, the tree hierarchy system, Murado, is good. That's what you want. Alright. Now, the second part of this. The launch box. Lunchbox. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some weird stuff here. I'm going to merge the file with itself, and then I'm going to shift click and take this off. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Okay. Let's try this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What I'm looking for with our dud pad is to see if the fairing built itself. It didn't. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah, right. Now, the mount test should have that same piece. Can I shift click this thing off of here? Let's try. Ready? Yeah. Nope. Alright. It doesn't want me to make that thing. Alright, I'll make this piece again, and we'll make it better this time. Go up there for a second. Okay, so the first thing I need to do, actually, is just move this back into position. Okay. So this piece that I'm moving around, that one, it's just the template. It's the template, guys. That's all it is. This is where all the markers are for the pad. This is what we have for the final product here. But now what I have to do is figure some things out. So this needs to go here, and I'm gonna have to sub-assemble, because I need to remake this. I'm gonna have to sub-assemble some of this stuff, or sub-assemble one of my SSDOs back in here. So save that the way it is, and then go into Proto 7. Proto 7 is the flight prototype. This is the one that we're gonna try to fly around, and I'm trying to get that flight test done today. Trying. Okay, good. Save that. This is the one we're gonna roll with. I also, dude, I noticed something else, guys. Oh my gosh, and this is so annoying. And I'm not sure if we should fix it now or not, but I noticed, I was doing some research about the X-33 last night, and I noticed that the nose cone is not on the center line of the vehicle. So if all the tanks are kind of on this center line right here, see that? See where the black and white is? That's if you're looking at the vehicle from the side, the center of that. So like where the rocket engine is lined up, the nose cone is offset. Yeah, damn nose cone is offset. So save, right? It would be like this. That, that whole thing is slightly off. Hey. Why is it offset? Because balance, I suppose. It's because of the aerodynamics during thermal. It's not lined up with the center line. It's slightly lower. And that's slightly lower, and that looks 1,000 times better. I'm gonna need some... I need to add some triangles here. Are those ohms pods at the back? They're RCS stingers. We'll mess with that a little bit later. Let me just make sure that this is still the one that we had. Yep, okay, cool. Do not go messing with the design. Please, it worked. Why are you messing with it? Please, it worked. I saved it as a separate craft file. Relax. I will use prototype 7 for our mock-up here. Ready? Boop. Really wish it wouldn't do that. I wish you hadn't done that. I'm putting a nose cone there to make sure I don't attach this to the engine. Or make sure I attach it to the engine plate. And not the docking port.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Looks great. Can't wait to see it in action. Thanks, man. Hypersonic, 32-month resub. Flash Booty, 37-month resub. Thanks, man. Snake, what's going on, man? Okay. So let's go in here, and just because I can't stand having fairings open like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chris! Just chilling right now. Awesome progress. Thanks, dudes. The reason why the wheels are slightly clipped is because to take into account suspension compression. I walked 4 times around my neighborhood. That's 1 mile. In the time that we've had this conversation? What, were you running? Alright.
Good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't it exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh yes, I know. 700 million people.
Alright, so if my debug controller is working correctly, this should rotate.
But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group
Or it just unbound everything. You know, that works too.
the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
You're on your phone? Oh, okay. Alright, I gotta remake this fairing, and we have to remake it taking into account, I gotta remake it taking into account the wiggle on the engines. So, what I'm gonna do is get one of my Tesla rulers out here. So what I do is, sometimes I use these cubic octag struts to basically make rulers in KSP, like you would make rulers in, like, Photoshop. Or you basically kind of the equivalent of using like an isometric view or an orthographic view in Maya or Blender or whatever. You just make rulers and lines to get the locations of points in 3D space. So in this case, what I'm trying to get at is the 1.8 diameter. And the reason why the struts are useful is because the center part of the strut is not collidable. So let's build out the fairing, and we know that if I just terminate the fairing right there, right, and we mouse over it. If I terminate the fairing right there, I know that that's 1.8 diameter, exactly. So now I'm going to move the ruler into position, and I'm going to make it so the 1.8 diameter splits the strut on its major axis like that. See that? Now I'm going to take this, and I'm going to move it back into position. And just like I did with Freedom 7, I'm going to absolute snap this, so there's a little bit of gap in here. The reason why I do this is because if you node attach a docking port, it works differently than if you have 2 docking ports that have docked together outside of the editor in KSP. Different distances. This slack that I leave in the docking port right there is to compensate for that differential distance. Now what I'm going to do is take the engine plate, which is really serves no purpose here, just as to make the thing hollow. Or make the fairing hollow so the docking port can kind of reach inside of the fairing, so to speak. Right there. So that's where we wanted, because that's where I want my fairing to end, right at the butt of the fairing plate. Let's move this out of the way, and now what I have to do is actually I have to put this back in here, make sure we leave the slack, just like that. And now I'm going to take the engines on our prototype and rotate them in. These things have a 10.5 degree gimbal, just like the real shuttle engine, so 5, 10, give or take. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make this fairing, and this is the fairing that's going to structurally be holding the vehicle up on the pad. I'm going to take it. We're going to edit the thing to go inwards like this. To take into account the wiggle on the engines. And now I'm going to terminate the fairing right there for a second, right? And to make sure that this is attached to the right thing, I'm going to move it out like this. Now, here's where the ruler will come in handy. So take this, edit the fairing, and remember, we want halfway through the strut. Just like that, and then we should be able to close right on the engine housing here. Now, the reason why I'm closing on this is because if you close a fairing on an engine plate, for instance, like this, and there's a trick in KSP, if you take it and you move it backwards like that, now this fairing is hollow. You'll be able to, Kerbals could like reach in here and parts can fall in, and this turns, instead of turning into like a solid cylinder, it's a cup. I use that for my inner stages on Freedom, or I was using that for stages on my Freedom stage here. Now I'm just going to move that into position to make it look nice. Drummer, what's going on, man? How's things? You got more VODs uploaded? Alright. So now we don't need the ruler anymore. So just in case I need it again, I'll probably just attach it over here or something. Just, rulers take 2 seconds to make. Just get rid of it. Okay, so now we should have basically our hold down point, our main hold down point for the vehicle. And just remember, just like the tree branches, right, that I talked about at the beginning, I have one attachment point on the center line, on the main line, the main stump. This thing is attached, basically the vehicle is attached to the fairing, fairing's attached to the hinge is attached to the stump. Right? It's not, the vehicle is not that far away from the root part, hierarchically speaking and physically speaking. Well, basically what that means in plain English is that this being closer to the root part is going to make this thing a little bit stronger. I use fairings for the inner stages, KSP guy, but this is replacing the Freedom rockets. So if I was going to build another regular rocket, I would use fairing inner stages because it includes the engine inside. Yeah, exactly, Sarita. Something like that. Yeah, sure. All right, so let's just move this all back into position. This is why I wanted the debug controller to be working. You know what? I'll just rebind it. Move this out of the way. That's my blueprint. It's the template that I'm using for the pad. Hey, banana time. That's weird. You may have addressed this already, but you're not concerned about these hinges drifting. I have a way... Banana time, long story short, I'm trying a different way here. I'm trying a different way, trying to utilize part hierarchy to make them drift less. I don't know if they're going to drift, and even if they do, these things, I know these things won't drift for at least 1 to 2 launches. Then they might start getting out of whack a little bit. Right now I'm wondering why the cow controller is telling this thing to move 90 degrees and it's only moving 45. That's very interesting. Yeah, how about we, Now what happens if I tell this thing to move that much? If I tell it to move 180? It seems to have halved the transform. What the hell's that about? Delete this cow controller. Something is very wrong with that. It was double binding. It double bound those hinges to the cow controller and it didn't tell me. It wasn't showing that in the UI. Oh no. I hope that's not gonna cause problems down the road. Might need to make a new craft file. Hey Nazlik, I'm alright. How are you? I wonder if doing that is gonna... If double binding it like this is gonna mess it up. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the new cow controller. So these things should go from the 0'd position, right? To the 90 position. Repeatable. Let's try just binding it once. It double binds the cow. Interesting. That's weird. So that should move the fairing. Inverse. Inverse? Huh. Hang on. We'll roll with it. We'll see what it does. I don't like it when the hinges are twisted like that. But that comes from me placing them incorrectly. Okay, move the template out of the way. Alright, so this should move this thing up so this thing butts right to that. Ready? Nice, drummer. That's cool. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so now these should start here, and those ones should go to 0. And now, if I did my debug controller correctly, all this should move. Ready? Good. So that's just for debug purposes, guys. It's really not for anything else. Okay. Cool. Don't need this anymore. Bye-bye. Actually, I kind of do. I probably shouldn't have done that. Let me, I need to make the rest of the launch mount. Okay. No, hellfish. Funny, but no. No, I don't need to do that. Rotating docking ports don't rotate 90 degrees, dude. Alright. So, that's the stump of this, because it's attached to the hinge. So let's save this like that. Now, I'm basically going to put in markers here. Actually, the better way to do this would be to do this. What I'm going to do is, I don't have additional points to hold this up, to be honest. It's not really... I mean, I'm expecting the fairing to be able to take the load, but just in case it doesn't, just in case that thing doesn't really do what I want it to do, I'm going to design in the capability of being able to put other same vessel attachment or same vessel interaction points here. That probably would be for the best. I mean, on the real one, the hold down points are going to be where my extra hold down points are if needed, because I'm using a different propulsion system because we don't have linear aero spikes. Actually, I'll be honest with you, the way we're doing it should be easier for us. It should be easier for us because having a linear aero spike in the center would be a challenge, because I would have to find a way to get around making this attached to the stump. We'd have to go around it somehow, and that could complicate things. Stepped away for a bit. What is that circular structure between the engines? It's the hold down point where it attaches to the pad. Okay. Okay, so that gives us the box for the most part. Just make sure that... Okay, now these need to go out just a little bit more. Okay. All right. Good. Let's go in here like this, get rid of that. I don't like that this glitch is happening. With gimbal, can you set an action group to limit gimbal to 0 until launch? Why would you ever need gimbal off the pad? To steer the rocket? Yeah, steer the rocket. The time for any rocket, basically from T+0 to T+5, is very important for the gimbals, because in that particular point, the gimbal is doing all the work to steer the vehicle. You can't really rely on aerodynamics when you're not going fast enough for like drag or lift or anything. Yeah, the gimbal's really important going off the pad, Duber. Yeah, that's why I'm taking into account those shuttle engines, because I know those shuttle engines can wiggle. I'll probably end up limiting the gimbal, to be honest. We don't need 10 degrees of gimbal for this design. You definitely don't. That's not required. However, I'm not going to know exactly how much I need until I set this thing off the pad and I watch what the SAS is doing to compensate. So, when I made this thing, I made sure to take into account 10 degrees of wiggle. Just because I don't know how much gimbal I need, I guarantee you it's not 10.5. Though. But yeah, the gimbal's super important when the rocket leaves the pad, dude. Super important. That's the only thing that's steering it until the aerodynamics start taking over and stabilizing the rocket. Heck, some rockets need gimbal all the way up. The shuttle is a good example of that. Even though it has wings on it to stabilize it, it still needs the gimbal to compensate. Atlas in certain configurations, like a 501 configuration, like this. Atlas in the 501 configuration is that. Big fairing up front, no stabilization back here. You need the gimbal to compensate. Or else this thing, I don't think I need to tell you why that thing was going to have some problem flying. It's an industry term. Yeah. Endgame is 360 degrees of gimbal. Or just use RCS, because that does the same thing. We can mark additional hold down points there if we need to. Huh. Hey, Bandit, what's up, dude? Good racing this weekend, man. Very fun. Alright, I'm just gonna leave this stuff here as kind of a placeholder. How's the pad going? Good. Yeah, we're just gonna leave this as a placeholder. I'll finalize this stuff out more when I see how this thing integrates. Like when I see how it goes together.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, Bandit, they'll learn. It's fine. They'll learn, buddy. They've never done a race like that, dude. That's way out of NASCAR's comfort zone, dude. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, man. These struts are just temporary to kind of hold this in position when we're putting this together. Fasa, 23 months. Thanks, man. Let's see how this looks now. Use our debug controller here and good. All right. So these are the only real finalized pieces here, the I-beams. The panels are just kind of there to look nice right now. And now what we're gonna need okay. So that's the flame. These are the flame ducts here, right? And then this whole thing will move, and then the engines will be. Thing will shoot out of here, right? Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Okay. The next thing I need to do is attachment points for these hinges. Now we gotta rope the branches together here. That's node attached to the hinge, so I'm not too worried about it. So here's what we'll do. Actually, you know what? Girders, because they're slightly thicker, might be a better way to do this. Let's try it with girders and see what happens. So First thing I'm going to do is take the girder segments. I'm going to move them so their rotational point coincides with the hinge's rotational point. I'm not really going to do that for any particular reason other than I think it's nice. It's nice to do that. I've got to remember that there is going to be an engine here pushing down, and I don't need the structural pieces of the pad getting toasted. So in that regard, it probably would be better to move these out here. Move them out further. What did you think about Matthew McConaughey's mullet? I didn't see it, dude. That sounds cool, though. That sounds cool, man. I'll tell you. It sounds pretty neat. You know what? These are longer, and space is kind of at a premium here, so... Now, I'm going to move this beam into position here. And this beam is attached to that hinge, but it's not in the same spot. That hinge is slightly offset. And now, I'm wondering if this being over here and pushing load will make this hinge move this way. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. This is the part where we're going to get hinge drift if it happens. Because there's no way to suspend this thing up in the air without... I can't make a holder for the... Well, like, actually, I could. I could make a holder for it. I don't know how, but... That's awesome. And yeah, that's pretty rad. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. That. Sea Salt, does that help? Is that not a weapon? No. No, not at all. That is... Well, watch. Not right now. Next frame. No, the one after this. Or the one after this one, where it shows it from the nose. Yeah, there you go. This. I'm making this. Not just that thing, but this part too. Pray, as long as I can get it to a point where I could get 4 to 5 launches out of it, it's fine. That was okay with the crane. Yeah, I'm making that. It's not a pizza slice, excuse me. It's a Dorito. Burnt Dorito. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. It's the icy hot Dorito patch thing. Yeah, I'm building the launcher for it, man. That's what I'm doing. All right, now because I'm wondering about how this is going to handle drift, I'll put some struts in here to hold this thing together. This is the part where You really just want to strut all the things. Actually, with this one, get rid of that. I'm not sure about that one being offset like that, how that's going to end up working, but we'll find out. Or, I suppose the right way to do this would be to do that. Make sure everything is just naturally aligned, because if it's aligned between these things, yeah, okay. Cool. Alright. I'm actually going to get rid of these right here for a second, because I'm going to work on the structure here. Hey, Roadrunner. What's up, dude? I'm making the Kerbal equivalent of gussets today. Once again, this part needs to be super structural. We need to really make sure that this is strong. It has to be strong. How many hours in KSP do I have under my belt, Katsumi? 10,000. 10, 15, I don't know. I lost count. I stopped counting. I really stopped keeping track of this, I don't know, 2016, 2017. It's probably closer to 15,000 hours. I play a lot of KSP. I play it every day. I've been playing at least, I would say at the very least. This is like at the minimum amount. Probably 20 hours of Kerbal a week for the last 6 years, give or take. That, once again, that's an underestimation. I play Kerbal every stream, almost. It's very rare that I don't stream KSP. So, I don't know. It's above 10,000. We'll just leave it at that. It says 2400 on Steam because the shortcut that I use to get into KSP on my desk is on my desktop, and it goes right to the Kerbal shortcut. Steam says like 2400 hours or something, and that's not right. You could just look at my VODs and see how much KSP I've played. Overachiever, I see. Roadrunners, it's my job. I'm gonna be damned if I'm gonna be bad at my job. I hate that stuff, dude. Imagine being bad at your job. I'm gonna be bad at my job, dude. Screw that. I hate being useless, dude. It's the worst feeling ever. This is the launch mechanism for the space plane. You guys got it. Yep. This is one of the more complicated things I've attempted to make. I would say this is probably the most complicated launch pad in terms of function that I've tried to make. This is way more complicated than Dart and Freedom's pad. But there's a caveat to that. This is more complicated, but theoretically it should be easier to use. And not theoretically, it should be easier to use. That's why I'm overbuilding in this one area right here. I'm overbuilding everything because this is structural. This is the part, this part of the pad right here where all these 45s are is going to be, actually, you know what, it'd be better to put those right there. This is the part of the pad that's going to be holding the rocket up when I go to rotate it. Ah, crazy, it just takes time and practice. You know what is useless is when you spend all day trying to deal with AT&T technical. Oh, jeez. Kerbal is a sandbox game. Guys, don't compare yourself to me, for the love of God. Don't do that. That's like saying that guy is better at playing in a sandbox than I am. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah. Prey, if you're here, I'm really... You were asking about, you know, pad and stuff. This thing is designed to... Like, I'm spending the part count here to try and, as best as I can, to mitigate this drift. I'm not sure if it's totally going to, but...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I'm basically taking up every trick in the book to try and see if I can make it do that. Try to see if I can make them not drift. And I know if you run enough struts to this, the drifting will be minimally impacted. So that's why, like I said, I really paid for it down here to run those struts. Your brain spends so much time on KSP, you're probably a bad cook. I worked in a restaurant before this phrase. Well, not immediately before this. No, I'm pretty good at cooking. Not the worst. I've only been playing KSP 3 to 4 months and really enjoying it. Any mods you'd recommend? Kerbal Engineer would probably help you be better at... probably help you be better at figuring out some basic numbers for KSP. I play stock KSP, Katsumi. And thank you for the sub earlier. I do appreciate it. I play stock. I don't need mods. I understand the challenge behind mods, and I respect it, and I respect the Kerbal modding community. But I try not to play with them because I want people to come in here and be like, wow, these are parts that I recognize. I know all this stuff. Oh, you're using an SRB to do that. Oh, that's really cool. Like, I want people to see that. It's one of my selling points to the stream, that look at what you can do without mods in KSP. I build launch pads. I build launch complexes in KSP. It's really not an issue. If you know what you're doing, it's really not a problem. No one recognizes most of the parts that you use. And Rocket, that's, you know what, that's perfectly okay too. I just can't wrap my mind around the idea of being able to, of telling somebody that they're not playing the game correctly. You play the game the way that makes you happy. If you like making missiles in KSP, that's fine. I don't. I don't like building weapon systems, to be honest with you, but if that's what makes somebody happy, do it. Either way. Can I get permission to post a screenshot of my KSP game? Sure. Oh, it's already done. Minmus Gateway. Very nice.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Some of us are lazy and we want the easy path. Yeah, Black Sue. Yeah, look, and that's fine, dude. If that's the way you want to do it, that's totally okay as well. Like, I intentionally make stuff more difficult. Like, mission mode is a very good example of that. I intentionally make stuff more difficult to challenge myself. That's how you learn. In building the, and that's part of the reason why I made mission mode the way that I did. The reason, part of mission, like this way with mission mode is to challenge. It's the challenge, man. That's part of the reason I did this the way that I did. Because I want to learn. You don't learn anything from doing stuff easily. Because if you did, everyone would just want to learn all the time, and clearly people don't. But then again, if you're coming home from a long day at work, I'm sure you don't want to sit here and hear me lecture you on how, it's important to learn new things every day. So, I try to only get up kids' tailpipes about that stuff, Last, okay. Phone sister, every rocket I build is an ICBM. Well, they got a word for that. It's And you said it. It's a missile. It's not a rocket. Rockets go into space. Rockets move people into space and do science things. Missiles do more kinetic science than anything. I haven't done space news, John, and I probably won't today, to be honest with you. Chat at the beginning of the stream was giving me crap about being distracted, so I said, fine. You want no distractions, EJ? You got it. I play off you guys. Remember that. So, always fun, John. Good. Alright, we're making good progress here, and I'm just gonna leave this kind of the way it is. I think this will work. It would be nice if that I-beam went all the way up there. You know what? Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna do a little bit of trickery, because hierarchically this should still work the same. I'm going to take another I-beam and make it look like this is extended all the way down, just because I hated having that gap there. It was very annoying. Just gizmo it out of the way and just gizmo it to the left a little bit. Wow, that looks terrible. Nice. Good to know. Alright, fine. We'll do an old trick. Just rotate it a little bit. Now it's not freaking out as much. Perfect. Alright, let me just mess with my debug controller again. There we go. Good. So the next thing that I need to work on here is my attachment points for the hydraulics, where we're going to push and pull on the pad, and where we're going to push and pull on the launcher itself. Where do we have those lined up? Perfect. Right there. Pick up right off of that. Like it was made for it. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to copy these. Actually, you know what? It's better if you make it from scratch. These are going to pick up down here. We can move them in a little bit, and that won't be a problem. Okay. Take that, get rid of the damping. The traverse rate doesn't, I mean, these are going to be unmotorized as well, so. We just, once again, got to make sure nothing is in the way where the rocket engines will be firing. I'm thinking about how this is going to go together. All right, copy that piece, and then we'll make a new branch here. This one will also be for these. Cool. Okay, so now we got to work on the pickup points here for our new pad. Once again, this piece, if you're wondering, that's just a template. This is just all the right points that I need to push and pull this thing in the directions that I want. Yeah, John, it's on your end. It's not on my end. Everybody else can hear what I'm saying, dude. Now, when we were making cranes a little while back... Oh. Okay, I did line those up. When we were making cranes a little while back, I noticed that this thing really didn't like, well, moving very much. So, once it... not moving very much. It didn't... The way I made the cranes was I ran this and this into that position where they needed to be right there. And doing that, if there was bending and flexing, it stretched. That's like if I strutted this plate to that plate, there was stretching going on. And I'm not sure if that's how I should make this. Should I make hinge, hydraulic hinge, and then strut the plate of the hinge to that? No, because then the pivot point is... The pivot point, it'll just bend there. Yeah, I'd prefer it to not bend the sub-assembly. So, sorry, if that made no sense, I'm just trying to figure out the right way to put this all together. I presume that girder is going to push on the nose via the same vessel collision. That? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Fortunately, these points are fluid. They don't need to be this way, but I would prefer these hydraulics to tug on the bottom of this and pull them this way. Make sure that these don't have any damping forces on them either. And now when this thing is in the downward position like that. Good. Okay, cool. This is going to make this pretty easy. So we can get rid of our alignment bars, and I'll just put the alignment, that alignment piece over there for later, for when we go to make those. Now what I'm going to do is take this, move that down like that, and then go up like this. And then now we need to run struts. The reason why I ran these 4 struts out here, like on this side, is I want to make sure that I'm attaching to with the plus and minus plate and not the stripe plate. Sometimes running the strut here will, even though it looks like it's attached to the part of the hinge that has plus and minus on it that moves, it'll attach it to the striped part, which basically makes it useless. Yeah, you don't want that. So now I know, because I ran the struts out here and attached it to that they're attached to the part of the hinge that is going to move. And then what I'll do after the fact is gizmo them into position. What's up, sweetie?
Nothing. It's just like the third day in a row you haven't taken a break.
I'm good.
All right.
Love you. There. Another thing that I'm kind of banking on is that the hinges will be less susceptible to drifting if they're kind of nice and straight. Sometimes if you push on this in a weird way, it might cause problems. But the other thing I probably should end up doing is putting a stopper in here somewhere. She does that all the time. Sneaky, what are you talking about? Sounds like a serious crunch with KSP? No, came here. I'm just not playing off chat as much as I usually do. Hey, Dutch guy, thanks for the raid earlier. New infrastructure or just gonna wait with big designs for when the ground anchors come? I'll design this anticipating what the ground anchors can do, Dutch guy. I saw the video of them putting down ground anchors. I'm pretty sure I know how they work. What I'm gonna do is use launch clamps for this one in the interim and put launch clamps where I want the ground anchors to be. And then what I'll do is, because the ground anchors can't be made in a craft file, a Kerbal has to place them down. What I'll do later down the road, take the launch clamps out, put a light where the launch clamp should be, facing straight down where I want it to connect, have a Kerbal come out and line the ground anchor up with the light, put a docking port on it, and then Kerbal construct another docking port into position. Just got my wisdom teeth out, and it sucks. Dab. Oh, jeez, Ian. Yeah, I'll make markers with the lights to make sure. Yeah. Correct, drummer. Good engineering is just, especially like this, is just finding good, you know, being able to find, like, knowing ways to find parts in 3D space to solve the problem. Now for these ones right here, this is basically going to use a crane cable. And that's what's going to push. There are other ways that I have done this in the past though. So this is the stump, and we're going to make branches with these, right? And then... No, that's not a good way to do this. But I could attach this up here like that. And then if we wanted to get real fancy, I'm not sure how Kerbal's gonna, how Kerbal will take this. Kerbal might get confused here. It might get very confused. Because I want the hydraulics pushing up. It's gonna push up on an I-beam that's attached to here, to here, and to here. But if I put these things in a position where the I-beam is strutted to them, and then they're strutted to this, and then that's strutted to that. Now, that's too complicated. Screw that. This will work right here. Here's what we're going to do. I need these to be strengthened, so even though I just connected them, they're basically connected to the SRB, I'm going to take a strut and attach it to the SRB for the extra strength. Right? Just like that. This thing can't move. Really don't want it to move. Now what I'm going to do is going to take another strut, put it up there, take another strut, flip that over, put that up there. I'm going to use this plate to help absorb some of the load. because this thing it's pushing straight up on this. Also gonna, I'm also a sucker for making my hinges nice and symmetrical. It's not really so much of an obsessive compulsive thing, if in case anybody's asking. Every time I go and line these things up, someone's like, "Oh my god, you lined up all the hinges. That's such a pain in the butt." Do you have like obsessive compulsive disorder or something? No, it's not about obsessive compulsive. It's a mental note for me to let me know that I took my time placing that strut, to know it's not just a random strut that I placed for no reason. Lining up all this stuff is very important. It's basically a checklist in itself, because I know that if this thing is all symmetrical and it's nice and neat, I know that I took my time with it, and I know that those struts are there for a reason. It's leaving a note to future EJ to know not to screw with those, basically. Any strut that I took time to place, that's nice and symmetrical and even, right? I know that it's finalized. That strut is supposed to be there, and it's not just some random strut being ran in a random position. Our internet is super slow right now. I disagree. Brimo, we're getting, with me streaming right now, we're getting 760 up right now. 760 down, 500 up, with me streaming in high definition. 735 down, 515 up with me streaming in high def and streaming music. Not that the music really matters. Maybe it's just because you're far. Make sure you're connected to the 5G network, Bree, and not the 2.4. Sometimes I've been noticing that the 5G connector is not doing what it should. Now, because that's pushing on this, I'm going to run another strut here from the SRB to there to make sure that this thing stays in line. Hey Paul, what's going on? Hi all, how do you lock onto the part when building? Hit 2? Hit 2 and then click on the part to get the gizmo, and then if you... Hey boo, what's going on? And if you want this snap to absolute, just hit absolute and it'll lock onto an imaginary grid inside, and then local is a grid that it establishes based off of the part that it's attached to. If that absolute and local didn't make any sense, just click on hit 2, click on the part, and then you're good. What are you making? That? I'm making the launcher, boo. One thing that I did notice, Lockheed's pad here is an equilateral triangle where these two struts are going together. It's equilateral, see that? And mine isn't. Mine's a right triangle. I wonder why they would make theirs an equilateral. Well, theirs is, like I said, theirs is equilateral, meaning that their hinge point is right here. Why would they do that way? Most likely leverage, yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously. Yep. Yep. Good idea. But it's all in equilateral triangles. See that? I wonder if that's going to cause any problems. For what it's worth, I could run another beam here, and we could have it go in here and connect into the fairing, which actually would be really strong. That would make that really strong. See, now I'm wondering. I mean, the hinge point being here is so this can have leverage over turning this thing. No doubt. Having the center of mass of this directly over the hinge point also might prevent drifting. Huh. It's possible, Toothless. Yeah. You know what? I'll go forward as planned. If I see, we'll test this. If I see some weird stuff going on, we'll change it. Well, that leverage is still leverage in this, Toothless. I mean, we're still more or less on using the same physics, you know? Ninth, I'm making the test launch pad so we can do test flights. What time is it? 4:45. We'll go with it, Toothless. Toothless, just make a mental note. If this thing starts really having some problems, that's probably the reason. The reason is probably because this hinge point should be right here. I can move it. Probably take about an hour to redesign that. Because everything here has been carefully redesigned. Like, I'd probably scratch build it. But it wouldn't take very long, honestly. Because I already know how this stuff all needs to go together. Wouldn't take very long. But let's roll with it. And we'll make a mental note. If it does something, if it has a problem, yeah, we'll solve it. Check out the hook. Well, no, I'm not going to do it. Sorry, not doing that. Yeah, you finished it for me. Yeah, keep that in mind when we go to make the full-size vehicle. Yeah, that's a good point. Now, per the previous design, I'm pretty sure that if we're trying to pick up on this here, we're gonna need 2 of these. Because that won't be enough. Yep. Does this compare to working out the OG Condor pad? This is a much smaller, much simpler version of Condor's pad hip, optimized with the stuff that I've learned from building Freedom pads. It kind of compares. Some stuff transfers over, but some stuff doesn't. Let's check our lengths. 2.02, 4.80. Combine those together is 6.82. 622. 622 divided by 2 is 311. So if I set both of these to 312, oh, there is some clipping there. So let's move it. Actually, you know what? That's pretty good. So 312, just, yeah, we'll remember 312 and just go from there. I'll set these both maximum to 312. Cool. Take that, go in here, set that to 0 on the dot, and then take these and just move the sliders down. Simultaneously over here, this thing is going to have a minimum compression, right? Now flip this back over. Go here. Zero that out. Go in here like this. Maximum is 3.23. .322 is fine. Okay. So now, let's use one of these to get the distance that we want. Point A, we'll just try to pick a number that's easy. Okay, so that needs to be, 90 is fine. So if I set both of these to 0.44, that should be enough for me to run my struts in there. So that's what we're gonna do. We don't need to worry about struts attaching in weird spots with these because because the hinge is pointed straight down. Sometimes it attaches in a weird way, and it'll attach to the base plate and not the part that's hinging, and then that kind of negates the usefulness of the hinge. But since the hinge is pointing straight down, I know that I'm attaching only to it. So now we have the minimum extension on these. Okay. Disengage those motors, disengage those motors, disengage those motors. Disengage that. These do not need to be powered because we're using the hydraulics. The hydraulics are what's going to make these move. Okay.
Finally, for March of 1989, near normal
Let's get some cow controllers.
near normal temperature in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, the 29th, and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us. And you can also write me. Include a stamp on Channel 11 here, 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of the forecast. That's the story.
We want to make sure we have the main rotational controller. Debug editor and then the main rotational controller. Main rotation controller. So save. Put the target extension in there. Put the target extension in there. And then put the target extension in there. So that's Erector 1. This is the Erector 2 hydraulic. And this is the LT1. Good motor. Alright, so now we just take these min-max numbers, 0.43 and 3.22. So that one right there on LT1 is 0.43. And then the max knob over here is 3.22. Straight line, linear movement. Thanks, Duber. Appreciate it, man. Dude, like this, I'm not building for aesthetics. This is entirely function driven. The fact that it looks cool is just kind of a bonus. Now we take the min-max value from over here, 0.43 and 3.12. 0.43, and then select that node, 3.12, linear movement, and because the E2 strut is halved, we should just be able to copy that curve and then paste it right here and get the same exact movement. Now save it before it screws my struts up, but watch, these hydraulics should go down and the other one should go up. It should be an inverse. Oops. Nope, this one's backwards. That needs to be... This one needs to be 3.22. I did it backwards. And that one needs to be 0.43. Fusing core dance. Choo choo. Don't need any donut. I want a donut secretly. I don't need any of these to have damping controls put into them. I just want to make sure nothing snuck through. Okay, cool. So for the dud one over here, I noticed that last time we used this, there were struts that freaked out all over the, or parts that freaked out all over the place. And once again, this is my template. I made a template first to make this easier to make. We don't need these on the sides. Just put that all in position, right? And I don't want to get rid of the template just yet. We can get rid of the hydraulics here. Those were just indicators. I need 4. We need to get rid of 4 parts. I suppose I don't need these anymore on the old template here. And I'm pretty sure I don't need those. That should put me right at 255. Yay. Oh, we're still exceeding a length constraint here. I gotta test this thing. I gotta make sure this works. So okay, launchpad test. That's fine. All right, so what I'll do for the testing thing is get rid of this. I need to make sure that this thing works correctly. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna outfit this with some batteries here. Just put the batteries on the sides. I'm trying to go into, like, I know I'm not paying attention to chat too much today, guys. I'm trying to really, really make sure that this gets done right. I do think you should have enough flooring in case you aren't as straight as you should be. Yeah, we're already, yeah. I agree. Batteries for what? The hydraulics? They're technically electric actuators. Got to push up against something. Pad's got to be heavy in some way. Okay, now give me a probe core. Doesn't need to be anything crazy, just that. Just move it out of the way and make sure that it's not getting into any trouble here. Now I'm going to put a docking port on the front of this thing for alignment. So I can check in the editor and make sure that everything is lined up correctly. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this thing works. Ready for a test? I might put a rotational controller in for these things, but we'll get to that. Let's just make sure that this whole thing moves up. All right. Here's the open. Let's see what it does. One beam missing. What? Nice, Brian. Well, yeah. See that? that doing that is going to cause drift, so I'm going to have to put a holder for this thing. And that's why they have a triangulated strut, Toothless. You see that? You see what it did when I put it down? Watch what happens when we time warp. See what I'm talking about? Dude, that thing needs to be perfectly straight because that's what we're going to anchor to. Remember, the SSTO is going to be attached to that. Yeah, we need a holder. Yeah, so we might need a redesign, but let's just see if it works. Ready? Open up the editor, and I'm going to set that to like 1 minute instead, and we'll give it a play, see what it does. Yeah, Adrian, I see it. This needs to go faster. There's something that's constraining the movement here, and I'm not sure if it's traverse rate or what. Doesn't seem to be. But yeah, that... Huh. Yeah, that's not what we want. Yeah, this didn't do what we want at all. I mean, well, it's close. It was close, believe it or not. This isn't bad. But the front struts seem to move a little bit faster than the aft struts, and these don't move all the way to where I want them to be. C22, I think that's where I made a little bit of a mistake with the math, but that's okay. This thing has to stay perfectly straight because that's going to be holding the plane, and that's holding the back, and that's holding the front. If it's crooked like this, then the plane's going to sag and break. This is the erector. It's called an erector for a reason because it needs to stay nice and straight. Long story short, if you're using a crane to build something, crane doesn't bend. Crane don't bend. Bad idea. I shouldn't have capped these things. All right, recover it. I shouldn't have capped those things. I just did that to find some numbers. I'll release them from the caps, from their constraints, to and give them a bigger movement, and we'll go from there. Because right now, if I just took even a load simulator, simulating like 40 tons, we ain't moving. That thing ain't gonna move. Probably need to speed them up a touch. That's bizarre. messed up. Could work, Spooky. It's possible. Real question is, I mean, traverse rate is not going to get these things to go faster. I'm thinking. There was a way to get these things to go faster. I just forget what it was. There's like something you can set over here or something. No. See, I'm trying to avoid a way to have to go and manually do all these calculations. But the first thing that I noticed is that these things don't get to the right length. And I think because these things aren't like, if you noticed, the erector didn't get completely vertical. It got to like 86 degrees or something. And that's because that length wasn't right. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to put this thing actually back out again. And I'm not sure if we should go mess with that too much. But we'll go and individually mess with these, and then we'll change it in the editor. Let's actually put this back out. More or less, Bandit. Once again, I didn't have my lengths right on my erector hydraulics. The length wasn't correct. Because the length wasn't correct, and for the most part, the length isn't correct here either. So let's go into arrow, display this, go over here like this. Change that. All right, go over here, control from here, control point up, 89.8. All right, well, that's fine. What is this at? 0.2? 0.3. So there is some stretchiness going on here. What happens if I set that to same vehicle collision? We set that to SVI, that goes to 0.2, which means that there's no sag here. What about you up here? This should read 0.2. That reads 2.2. Because if my root part is 89.8, and don't get me wrong, that's not 90, and that means that's not 90, but this pad isn't finished. Let's work off the root part orientation. 89.8 should mean, if we rotate 90 degrees, that should translate over to 0.2. Or -2 to be precise. -2 there, and that one's -2.2. That's not correct. So that means these things got to go backwards a little bit. Let's set it to pi and see what it does. Nope. Look at my picture. It would help with stiffening the docking port with the runway section, but then allow for separate your picture. Yeah, okay. A holder for this, like that, yeah. Is that what you're saying? Because yeah, but I also got to figure out, we're not doing that just yet. That's not what we're working on. So 316 is the maximum extension for that. 316. Okay, so setting same vessel collision here is correct for that. I'm probably gonna make holders for this thing in position as well, but that's another story. So now, go in here, and for this strut, I'll change it to 316, and then we'll realign that. Okay, so now let's play. Traverse rate on the hydraulics is overridden by the time constraint on the cow controller. Alright? So basically what I gotta do is when this thing gets to the full 90 position, when that thing gets pointed straight up and the alignment, the pitch indicator is reading 89.8, so it's coplanar with that, I'm gonna move these hydraulics to a position where that one is reading the same as that one, which is reading the same as that one. That, and then I'll adjust the lengths on this correctly. So that one is 3.16. We'll adjust lengths on this one correctly and get that thing as close as we can. As long as we get it close, it should be fine. The reason why these are moving at different rates is because this one doesn't move 90 degrees. I didn't get the lengths right. But I didn't get the lengths right not because I did any particular math wrong, but because I didn't get the length right. Yep. Okay. With weight on this, that will be pointed. That will be correct. These lengths are right. Now take this one, and then let's do something like this. Let's go up here. This thing needs to be around 89.7. Now it's only at 86. So take 3.17, move that one as well. Any reason why you're working push-pull? Either should suffice given the proper scale, less complexity. I need the pad and the erector to move independently of each other, Adrian. I don't want this thing right here when this thing goes to launch. This has to move independently, so having them work on an independent hydraulic control is the right move. Yeah, so yeah, there is a reason. Dude, when we get to this point of design, honestly, nothing is here to look nice. I'll be honest with you, nothing is here to look pretty. .322. 322 is the right one. So watch this. If we go in here and I go into this, we can mess with it here. So 322. Copy that curve, put that over here. What happens if we switch this into reverse? Interesting. Still did it. Actually, I should fix the title. Mission mode part. I think we're at part 150. If they are traveling at different levels of extension over time, let's assume you're off from each other. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It's delayed by like 0.4 seconds, so... Well, no, they're traversing at the same rate. That makes no sense. They move at the rate of the cow controller, guys, so it means it should take 60 seconds to do this. It should take 60 seconds to do this, and it should take 60 seconds to do that. That should theoretically mean that they're both in the same... They should stay more or less coplanar to each other, but... I mean, the fact that we got it this close out of the box is actually pretty damn good. I've never made a pad do this before. No, that's not a simple solution, Adrian. I need this basically pushing on where the center of mass of the vehicle is, or else you're not going to have enough lever arm there. That's not a simple solution. That complicates everything. It's about 0.5 second. It's about a 0.5 second differential, which is weird. Okay, so take this point, set that to, so that's 0.43 at 60, go back here, plus in a point, right? Plus in a point and set that to 59.5, right? And then no, we did it backwards. Moved them away from each other.
Good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous
Duber, yeah, that might work, but it's redundant. It's redundant. If anything, you're gonna bend and flex something over here. I don't want to do that. I understand what you're saying. A hydraulic, yeah. And they'll stay locked, and then that should hold everything together. No, Neo. The kinematics don't really work that way. Six, 316 and 322. Alright, well, let's recover. Adding a data point halfway in between. Yeah, that's what C22 was saying. We can do that. I just gotta figure out where it is. But I'm gonna make the changes that we already just figured out a second ago now. But even then, plussing in the points like that means that thing is not gonna. It doesn't. It basically doesn't have linear movement. Yeah, C22. Yeah, hang on. You guys are going too fast. But yes, that is a solution. I got to make the changes that I already needed. That we already figured out just a second ago. One test at a time. Maybe try strutting them now to stiffen just for testing. No, no, it's good. I'm just gonna go in here and make sure all the motors are shut off on this. A motor could be fighting us somewhere, guys. That also could be the reason. Make sure all the motors are off. They need to all be disengaged. Did I mess with the traverse rate on one of these? Hold on. Yeah. One of the traverse rates wasn't exact. We had differential traverse rate on these hinges, and now even though the hinges aren't powered, that still will mess with it. And we had a slower traverse rate on the hinge that the erector is attached to. Okay, shut them off. So we did find some irregularities there. I don't know if that is enough to say conclusively one way or the other. I see it, AP. That traverse rate on this thing down here was set to 0. Yeah, that'll certainly slow the rotation. Yeah, okay. I think that may have been the issue. Occam's razor sharp. The other thing I'm going to do, nonetheless, is put a holder on this thing. Seriously, something just like this, and it'll be attached right here. There's your holder. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but it might. Okay, test again. I made the changes to the cow controllers. It's kind of weird how these numbers are very similar. What do you think? That's very, very bizarre how they ended up being so close. Well, it's not bizarre, I mean, it's kind of by chance. Interesting. So that one's 322.43. That one's 0.43 right there. Strange. Well, interesting. Okay. Adrian, I'm well aware how leverage and all that works. Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that. You don't need to tell me. I know if I put the push pistons further away from the center of rotation that they're going to have more they'll have more leverage, like pushing a door further away from its hinge. I understand how basic levers work. I get it. I'm not going to do that though, because that means I need to make the hydraulics longer, and I don't want to do that. All right, let's go. What do we got here? Control point up, 89.8. What about you? 1.9. We're going to experience a lot of hydraulic drift. Are you just saying that? Or do you know that for sure? Because if you know something I don't, T-Man, I'm listening. Alright. 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 Something like that, Bandit, yeah. I'm wondering if that's double the length now. Alright, let's see if the movement gets dampened out from putting mass on this thing. I swear there's some weird traverse rate thing going on here that's messing with this. Or a damping force somewhere like that that's screwing this up. Those had a damping force that applied to them. Wonder if that messed it up. It's not going to be mounted to a truck. Yeah, Adrian, I get it. Yeah, I got you. Alright, where is this pointed now? 1.8? What about you? -1. And you're reading 89.7. Okay. Yeah, Oski, I know. I know what's going on, fellas. You don't need to tell me what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm just I'm trying to figure out ways to get around it. Without having to go and do math. I don't want to have to sit here and do trigonometric calculations all day. They're close, but they're not entirely accurate. So, what would be a way to figure out a way to get around this? Also, let's just... Yeah, see how it's not really hopping around too much, which is good.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey,
up.
Ren, gifted 6 subs. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll mass simulator. I'll put a mass simulator on it. Let's see what happens. We know that I think the max in our building, the max mass I saw in the SSTO was up there. We'll try to figure out what it is and we'll go from there. I also, eventually, guys, I'm going to have to put the cow controllers on separate, I'm going to have to put one and the other on separate controllers, so it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's not, we'll stage them and, yeah, not a problem. I want to support you since you're doing this for us. Thanks, Ren. You have supported me, and it's fine. I'm not very vocal lately in chat. I mostly lurk now because I'm a jerk. What? Wow, good progress on the pad. Thanks, Supercraft. I'm sorry I'm not getting into the Minecraft stuff and playing it as much. Okay. Alright. Let's go over here. If I have to split them over to different Cal controllers, dude, we can always stagger the sequence. It's not a problem. So let's go to Prototype 7, which is what we're using right now. Prototype 7's mass is 40.7 tons. Okay. So, taking into account we could load this thing with payload, I'll estimate for 45 tons, and then we'll go from there. I don't see this thing realistically ever moving 45 tons of payload. Ever. Oh, also we gotta go back into the other craft file and mess with this. This is the testing file, so we'll go back over here. And I think I was making my changes here. Incorrect. Here, let's go here like this. Check these values. That's 322.43. Okay, values have transferred over. Good. Alright, so now I gotta go in here and make sure that these don't have any maximum traverse. We'll just set it to 394 or something. Actually, it doesn't matter. As long as the cow controller's controlling it, it's fine. Okay. Will the ground anchors actually help with cranes? Yeah, they could. Okay, I've made the changes over here. These are all the changes that I made to the pad. This is the master craft file, that's why I'm not screwing with it. Okay, those are the changes that we made. That needs to set the same vessel collision, and grandparent part doesn't really matter with that one, but... Okay, go here like this. Alright, I also thought of another way to do things, but... Let's go back over to our test article, right? Go in here like this. 45 tons, huh? I got you, Adrian. I know you guys are just trying to help, dude. No, dude, if I come off as snarky, dude, don't. That's not what's going on, dude. It's all good. I know. I know. I know that people are trying to help. It's all good, my man. Everything is fine. My brain is going potato. Give me one. That's not what I clicked on. Yeah, we'll do that. So let's just put this right here, right? And then we'll do this. That's 54 tons. Roughly lined up with the center of mass on the airplane. Or on the... Actually, no, the center of mass, I think, on this thing is probably out here somewhere. But since we're pushing and pulling, I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem. But Adrian, we might have to end up doing what you said. I might have to move this a little more out. I don't know why I picked up on that in that exact position, but whatever. I'm sure there's a good reason. Hey, Weiser. What's up, man? Well, I'll tell you. If we can move this, then we are set. This thing is going to really, really sag here. So we're load rating this thing and seeing what it can move. Did 2 AP tests back to back, so that's no fun. Just because this is way more mass than we'd ever move, ever. Probably gonna do that. You know what? Changed my mind. How about we actually use the vehicle that we're going to launch and just pick up on that thing's center of mass? That would probably be a good idea. Noticing some things there. That's not good. We're clipping. Not good. Why did I do that? Why did I put those there? All this stuff needs to be moved in. Even more. It needs to be right there. But it can't be right there because there's a shuttle engine in the way. Huh. Okay. That could work. Yeah, this thing might have some problems. I don't know why. I thought we were picking up on the center of mass here from this before, but we definitely aren't. Center of mass is out there. In which case, this is all screwed up. But maybe I kept it inward so I wouldn't have to use two of these, more than two of these things on either side. I probably did it to simplify the parts, and the fact that we're pulling as well might be the reason, I guess? I don't know. Interesting. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. I don't know why I would do that. That really doesn't make a lot of sense. Collium! Or Collium. I'm not sure how to say it. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the host, man. And the raid. Well, it's more raid than a host, yeah. Just joining, are we flying tonight? Eh? What's up, Collium Raiders? How are you? Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. I'm doing a load simulator test on my launch pad here to see if it launch pads correctly. We will find out momentarily if it does in fact launch pad correctly. I just gotta make sure that these big old tanks don't move around during my load simulation tests. So we gotta just get in here and do some pretty awesome strut action here. How to launch pad 101. Make sure your launch pad can move the rocket around. Because if it can't, then your launch pad's not gonna launch pad very well. There's our load simulator. Actually, you know what I should be doing? This load simulator I should be testing on a finalized pad. So if I should be installing the load simulator on the pad like I had installed a vehicle. But I'll figure that one out. Did you see they stacked the first tower section? Yep, I saw it. Pretty crazy, huh? Okay. Let's see what this does. I have a feeling that the pad might be too light and the load simulator is too heavy. Now this load simulator is about 10 ton. Yeah, we'll say 10 ton, give or take, more than maximum payload I'd ever see from this thing. But yeah, we'll find out. This might explode right now. It might be too much. It might tip. I don't think I have enough leverage out here. We might go to set this thing down and it might... Like I said, huh. Well, at least it didn't break. This is, what's the name of this song? Oh, shoot. It's a Robert Parker song. I think it's called Lines, I think is what it's called. Replace the shuttle engine, the master use the prototype for so. We shouldn't even be prototyping this Papa Bear right now. It'd be better to prototype it when the launch pad's actually in position. We'd get better data that way. And then use the actual prototype. So you know what? It moved it. It was good enough. We ran into some problems there, and that should be able to be overcome by auto struts. The auto struts were screwing that up. Thanks, Flight Sim. Appreciate it. Yeah, that should be able to button that up just fine. I agree, Hired. I'd say we're good. I'd say these things move at a slightly different traverse rate, and that is annoying, but I'm gonna say we're fine. This is working exactly how I want it to. So, I mean, it moved it. It moved 54 tons straight up. It did sag. Stuff does bend and sag in real life when you do that, so I'm not too incredibly worried. So let's go back to the main launchpad file and we'll build the rest of this out. Alright, what else do we need? Let me move my template back into position here and then make sure that that has a grandparent strut attached to it. The weight transfer might screw this over. Or it, it might work. Either one. I think we're alright, fellas. I really do. I think we're fine. I'm glad you guys like the engineering streams, really. I'm happy that you enjoy it. Okay, now we need to start building out the structure. I'm sufficiently happy with this. I think it's going to work. So... C-22, it's fine. We'll be okay, I think. I hope. Alright. So how am I gonna set this up? Let's make branches. We need to make branches hook onto the hold down points here. Okay, main branch. Well, yeah, okay. Alright, here's how this should work. Get this like this, take this. Use this as a place to pick up on. Right here. And we know that this piece needs to be in like that in order for this to work correctly. And then I'll just gizmo that in position right there. Those pieces need to be slightly angled in. That's fine. Save the final version here. And now... do I have a copy of the template somewhere? I do. Okay, this is a copy of the template, I think. What about mount test? Good. Alright, I have an exact copy of this. Cool. Excellent. So let me go in here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of parts of the template that we've already made. I'm going to get rid of parts of it. So the parts that I'm going to get rid of are that and that. We've already made those pieces, so we don't need them anymore. We don't need that, and we don't need that. So that just leaves the pad outline here. And my way of lining this up is to line that up with the rotational axis right there. Perfect. Okay, so this needs to go right here. And because I move these hinges out, this piece is going to end up being out here like that. And that means that this piece is going to end up being like that. No problem. Cool. Make a subassembly. That crap file is the subassembly if I merge the files together, drummer. I'm not happy about this. Some of this stuff didn't come in exactly right, but that's okay. It almost never comes in right the first time. There we go. So if I grandparent strut that, and then we grandparent strut those, there we go. Nice. Cool. This is basically going to work exactly like my launch pad. Yeah, and what I'll probably end up doing... I'm mimicking the craft file hierarchy from Freedom's pad here. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much as an exact copy. In fact, if I wanted to make it even stronger, we'd do this. Cool. Flask, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Hey, Naroku, how are you? Sorry, guys, I'm not doing space news today because I want to get work done on this. If you want, if I get a lot of work done, we can do space news kind of towards the end of the night. Towards the end of the night. And, yeah. I want... we're behind schedule. I should have started construction on the big boy today. But... yeah, it's gonna take a second. So I'm kind of pushing right through. Can you craft the vehicle from the movie Armageddon? Can I? Yes, absolutely. I can make an exact replica, and then I can make it do exactly what the shuttle did in KSP, no problem. Will I? No. Roku, I gotta finish this, man. You know I'm ready for the song? Soon. Will we maybe see a test launch today, or is it just finishing the pad to see if it works? Well... well, yeah, well, the... yeah, making sure the pad launches something is part of the whole making it work thing. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's all good, man. And you know, you could say that I'm putting too many struts in here, but this, once again, this is the structural part of the pad. It needs to be this strong, man. Because this is gonna hold up 40 tons, this piece, and I have to make sure that it doesn't bend. Cool. All right. Thanks, Al. I'm glad you like it, man. Well, that ain't gonna work. Okay, so... I'm getting the spacing for the panels figured out here, because we're gonna make the floor out of these things, for the most part. Floor. Last, please. Since you're probably not going to be here tomorrow, Tuesday, can I have an early happy birthday from, like, the best streamer ever? Happy birthday, Face. Happy birthday, buddy. Thank you, no problem. I just thought of a better way to make this anyway. Good. Alright, if we really wanted this to mimic the hierarchy of the freedom pad exactly, it'd have to be like this. And if it's like that, then I could make these, yeah, cool, excellent. These could work just like that. Hold that thing in place. And these panels can be out here like that. Wicked. Hey Random, what's going on? It's the launch pad for the SSDO EG. I'm working on a new single stage to orbit project here. What would be the best way to make this? Yeah, okay. So how you liking, chat, how you liking the not distracted thing? I'm not playing off the chat as much as I usually do today. It's because some jerks decided to give me crap at the beginning of the stream and they're like, oh, you're just never gonna get this done today. Herder. You're never gonna do it. You'll never get it done. You'll be too distracted by cranes. I can turn that. I can flip that switch off if you want me to. Want me to stream like everybody else? Alright, that's fine. Yeah, me too, Canadian, believe it or not. Yeah, I miss those streams as well, dude. Okay, so that's going to be an anchor piece. I enjoy both modes. Yeah, okay. Good to know. If you like both modes, that's fine. You don't like it, drummer? Oh. Can't please them all, I suppose. Actually, if I'm gonna use a strut here, it would probably be a cross strut in this scenario like that. That would probably be the right move. I gotta make sure my supports more or less end up in the same spots because when I put this out, yeah, it had to kind of has to be in the same area. All right. You know what? One of these should be fine. And then nice. That one can go right there where the guide template is. Actually, yeah, that should be fine right there. And then, do we not have another attachment node? Okay, I see what happened here. Good. '69 Corvette for $5K on Bring a Trailer. $5,000. $5,000. Dude, I'll buy that right now. It's a 350. It's got a turbo 350 behind it. Power steering, four-wheel power disc, limited slip. There's no way that's gonna go for. There's no way that's going to go for $5,000 RB. There's still 7 days left on the bid, so don't get your hopes up. That'll be up to like 50 G's in a week. I'm not interested today, Forge. Huh. Oh, this needs to go this way a little ways. Oh, that makes this so much easier. Yeah, Forge. Chat was like, oh, no distractions today. You'll still get distracted and you won't finish this. So I said I'll just sit here and work instead. So that's what we're doing. Hey, Sebby. Cool. Now, what I have to do here is get myself a Corvette. No, wait. Huh? Get myself one of these here. And this will get me the approximate length that I need. Like that. And that should tell me the distance to the pad there. Bingo. Okay. Other than a width indicator, which is pretty much, which is what I already have, I'm going to rotate this out of position, and we will promptly get rid of the template. I don't need it. I think we're good. Yep. I can always bring it back if I need to. And now I can line it up with that piece. You won't derail the stream, drummer. No, dude, it's not. You won't. It's not happening. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, you guys, I'm telling you, I'm here to show you that it's not like. Oh man, I probably should have gotten the template back to get the landing gear pickup points. But those are easy enough to bring back in if I need to. I'm trying to show you guys that it's not like I can just flip it off if I need to and just work. If you guys want to see that, I mean, that's very clear that that's what chat wants, so that's what I'm going to do. Toro Bruno finally answered my question about what happened to the X-33. He simply said, I lost track. Well. That means he doesn't know. Rip 33. Yeah, well. Oh well. Yeah, Velo, it will. Mm-hmm. KSP will still be updated. Sure. Where will you be putting this launch pad? It'll be next to the other launch pad, dude. Probably shouldn't have got rid of the template. I don't know where to pick up on the outside points here. Damn. Alright, well, I'll build out what I have and then we'll go from there. I hope I can get this to work, right? How do you plan to put the X-33 up onto this pad? It's quite a bit off the ground. The launch pad, dude. There's a ramp right there. This thing's gonna be hanging off the back of the pad. So, like, I'll move the thing up the ramp. The ramp's already there. Might as well use it. I'm gonna roll it up the ramp, and the ramp will be right here, and we back it in. Easy. Doesn't need to be complicated. Just use what you have already. That's why this pad took a second to get done, because I needed to make sure that the testing was right. Maybe that lip will be alright. Because those panels in the center are representing the length that was as tested. And we'll see if this is gonna do it. Come on, you. Hopefully that's enough. I hope. This is where the other pickup points might be useful. I'm not sure if that's going to get in the way. I need the template back just for a moment. That's where we need to be. Okay.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, sorry, near normal temperature in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, 29th, and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range weather forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us. And you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here at 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll
Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that for a moment. That's where the posts need to pick up on so they don't foul on anything. It's alright. It's going to be a little bit more parts, but it's alright. Okay. Try to get that to be more or less equidistant. That isn't centered. Okay. All right. Cool. Hey, Wild. What's up, man? How you been? I'm gonna do this over here, and then we could put the fuel depot right here. Okay. I don't want to go too crazy with the panels here just yet. I mean, I know I go crazy with panels, of course. Thought about a formal name for the SSTO? Not even on my mind, dude, to be honest. No. It's not even on my mind. Alright. Let me run some struts here. Now, this is the end of that the tree branch, so I'm gonna have to, if we anchor it into the next one like this, that actually should make this pretty dang strong. This thing might be susceptible to flopping around a little bit, and I don't, not really, it might. I think with grandparents strutting at the end of the tree like this, it should be okay. But, I mean, we're going to have to test. I'll have to test. I'll have to put it out there to see where see where the load-bearing thing is. You've got this. Yep. No, I'm not worried. This will work better if I take these panels and I move them over to this sub-assembly. Like that. So, here we go. We're going to go in here like this, and then we're going to like that. That should be good. That should be good. I move those over there. That's to that. There we go. Where's the end of that sub-assembly? It's right there. Okay. Well, how many parts are we at? 275? Not bad. Wouldn't be a bad time to place your anchors. Anchors? Oh. If you paint some panels white, you could spell X33. Yeah. All right, I think I think we're okay here. I'm just kind of thinking what else we would need. I mean, we're gonna need a probe core, obviously. But do we though? Do we really? I mean. Yeah, the last pad did have a probe core, so I'll attach it to the bottom node there. And then we'll move the probe core back here away from where the explodey thing is going to happen. Yeah, we don't need to be near the explodey thing. Solar panels for the batteries also high. Hey, man. Yeah. I'll just put those out there for now. I gotta put the fuel depot in here. There needs to be a couple of fuel tanks here, and then a depot as well. And yeah, I think that's it. Okay, get rid of those. That's too far for that grandparent strut. These pieces can be strutted to those anchor points right there. I've been lurking on and off this afternoon, but this is looking epic. Thanks, man. I hope I can get it right. I need to redo how these panels go together. So these, is that the root? Okay. Can't node attach, that's right. Once again, we got a little bit of a hierarchy thing here. This needs to be like this, and the entire thing basically needs to be able to go onto the ramp. So that needs to be like that, and then this needs to be like this. It looks like we're playing Tetris here. Right? And then I need strips of 3. Like that, and we make it in the exact same way that I made the hierarchy before. And then if I just put a little panel down here. Actually, we don't even need that. Just give me a set of those. Give me a set of those. Give me that. And these, you can't put them too close because they have to be near the slope. And then we can node attach because we're already in symmetry, like that. And then okay, the pad ended up being a lot of parts, guys. But I think we're good enough to the point to test, I think. What's the auto strutting tree look like? Crisscross. It's a crisscross grid at 45s. You want to see? See? But I made it stop right here because this needs to be able to wiggle onto the pad. It needs to be able to do this. You know what? I want that like that. And then this needs to be like that. This is what I see when I'm sitting here thinking about like how the thing goes together. I can see the auto struts. Not like I can see them, but I know where it's gonna strut to if this is grandparent part. I can see the hierarchy. Are there any weird outstanding things? That grandparent part strut is bizarre. That one's a little weird too. This will all make more sense if it goes into that position, which is where I placed it. Just leave it. Alright. Okay. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. I don't even see the code anymore. Imagine it being $21.99 and not having a GPU good enough to render the Matrix. That's pretty pathetic. You can literally make a 40-ton ship hover off the ground, but you don't have enough. You tell me you don't have enough GPU to render that? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, Adrian, you gotta untangle the lines. Yeah, exactly. Alright, now I guess the key here is to place this in the right spot in the VAB. It's gonna need to go over here like this way, and then that way. It's gonna need to go backwards a little ways. Alright, so save that, and then what I'll do is I'll open up my main launch pad here. Yeah, Zucal, it's a good time. That is a lot of brains in there, though. Yeah, yeah, right. A little bit in front of that truck is where those posts need to go. All right, we might get some flippity-floppity panels here. Let's see what it does. This could end in disaster. But then again, we'd only be 33 in the hole if it does, so... Is the pad able to explode? It won't explode. It'll weeble wobble around if something goes wrong. Let's see. Well, shoot, we got pretty dang close. All right, so those need to go backwards. We got to go backwards a little bit, and we got to move the octags. Yeah, Zook. Not bad, man. Not bad. Have you ever played EJ? I don't know what that is. So no, I haven't. Oh, drummer, no. No. We're not. No. Yeah, Super, that's the real big thing I'm like about. It might. Okay, let's try again. Oh, bananas. Your boy built too rigid. Or those are in the way. Ah, okay. They're hanging on there. I gotta put them so they fall into here. Other than that, I think I may have made the deck plate a little too high. Yeah, MGB, it should be fine. So these things basically need to go on the seam right there. Alright. Yeah, MGB, it's the mass of the craft. Dart was so light, those landing gear springs were way too heavy for it. But there's no smaller landing gear that can retract, so I'm kind of stuck with them. It would be like having a dump truck suspension on a car. It would just, you'd hit a bump and it just, you know. Lower the whole thing by a half octag or 1 or 2 bananas. Well, hold on a second there, Professor. Yeah, Adrian, it's not that. The cubic octags are hitting pieces of the actual pad. I don't think this is gonna have a Dart-derived name, guys. Probably not. Probably not. Sounds like adjusting the springs didn't help. Well, we adjusted them till we thought they were good, and then they weren't. So, yeah, no, you're not wrong. Okie dokie. Make sure we're straight on. Third test. Too bad the tank farm behind the stock pad isn't functional. Oh well. But I mean, Adrian, either way, I might need to lower the entire thing. Can't wait to see you back up the thick Dorito onto it. It's gonna be cool, isn't it, man? It's gonna be freaking cool, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Total Staples, 2-month resub. Just got here. Have we tried to launch yet? Nope. No, not yet, bud. Huh. Oh, I would. Good news is that this stays pretty damn rigid, actually. I'd say 2 to 3 clicks backwards. But then, is that getting stuck there? No. It looks like we got to go back a couple more ticks, like 1 to 2, and then I might need to lower the entire platform just a little bit. Interesting. Because, yeah, see that? It's still bending down. Even if it does bend down. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to try I'm going to try moving this entire thing down 1 click. What happens if you time warp? I don't know, drummer. This isn't the final version of the pad. I'm not going to do a time warp test until the pad is in the right position and I'm happy with where it is. Hey, Predominant, what's up, dude? Yeah, RJ, yeah, I figured why engineer the ramp? I have a ramp already. There's no point in... You see how, like, this is what we want out of SSTOs, ideally. You want the SSTO to be able... no GSE, minimal GSE, right? Just like Starship. Starship's the same kind of way, right? But it's a little bit easier when your vehicle can roll around on the ground, you know? Static fire completed for the Starlink mission. Awaiting confirmation. Cool, cool. You just learned that there is an erotic massage place in the apartment under mine. Okay. Yeah, Boo, that's pretty correct. Yep. I'm moving the entire pad 1 tick down, and that means I just gotta mess with these supports a little bit. Are we flying today? That should fix that weird binding that we were having right there. All right, updated pad. That's lowered just slightly. Let's see what that does. The SSD hasn't flown yet, but we're getting very close to that point, guys. It's very close. I just got to work on the fuel and then do an integration test, and then, well, I got to figure out how to move the dang thing too. So we're making good time tonight, though. Making real good time. First strut you did was not in symmetry. Oh, no problem. It's all good. You like that announcement?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey sis, gifted us up to Adrian. Adrian Ferrari knee. The reason why this is bending like separately of each other is because this can move independently, so I can retract the erector. It won't flip backwards? No. I still gotta figure that one out. I think just moving the entire thing a couple of ticks backwards should do it. Should do it, excuse me. Cool. It's cool, man. That's real cool. Yeah, and then we should just be able to roll that sucker right up on here. Should be. And I did get the posts in the right spot, which is very nice. I think this thing might have to go down another tick. Or I could just get rid of the cubic octags and then that could... Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, we gotta go down one more. No, it's not even just the octags core. Look, see how you can see the I-beams in there? Here. Yeah, we gotta go down one more. It's no problem. The only thing where I'm kind of gonna get a little like, is the hydraulics, but... We need to go down one more tick. Have you thought of adding a stopper from the long arm to the back of the short arm? No. The transporter, so like if this is the shuttle, right? This is the erector. They got to move like this, right? And then the transporter needs to be able to go back. So having a stopper there isn't going to work. Trust me, when it's loaded, Adrian, it works just fine. Okay, so we got to go down one more tick again. I'm still worried about docking. The docking is not going to be fun. You know what? If those things are resting on the pad, it shouldn't be an issue. All right. Speaking of your work here on Twitch, are you more excited or afraid of KSP 2? Excited. Yeah, excited, man. Yeah, the problem with docking ports when you have them working between two things that are part of the same vehicle like that, Adrian, is that they don't always realign correctly. Sometimes the docking port redocks when it's like this, and I can't have that misalignment. Remember, when it's under load, it's not going to be a problem. Really, it's not. I also I have another trick up my sleeve to get this all to align correctly when that time comes, so. All right, save this baby out like this. And I won't have the octaves. We don't need them. If it's going to be lying on the pad, it should be fine. Not should be, it will be fine because the pad is a flat surface that these things can rest on, so it's not a problem. So, with that being said, what I'll do is I'll get us aligned on the center. There we go, we're on the center line. And then line up the back here. With the kerbals. Just out in front of them, aligned with the front of the truck. Bingo. Okay. Yeah, Adrian, I've thought about it. There's no doubt that there's going to be a bunch of people that are like, oh, new Kerbal game, and there's going to be a bunch of streamers that are bigger than me that are going to stream the game, and that's fine. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Tell these people they can't stream the game and I can? I don't do that, man. That's not how streaming works. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. And if I'm not, I'll find another way. I'll find another way to keep the stream going. Now, drummer, this is the one I want to time warp because that's perfectly aligned. It's exactly 5 meters off the deck. So, let's do it. Time warp. The girder segments and the I-beams don't touch the ground at the same spot. I have to have all girders touching the ground and not all I-beams. These need to all be replaced with girder segments. Because look, watch. You time warp. See how it went this way a little bit? Or on you guys' screen it went this way? Get out of time warp. See how it's doing this? That means that the girder segments are the things that are touching the ground, and these I-beams are not touching the ground, but they're floating. They're hanging, and then because the physics simulation is working, they're hanging like this, so the entire pad is kind of resting on a center line here. If I just move these things down into position where the I-beams are, and then just put girder segments here, 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 and here, it's fine. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is trying to wedge a girder segment in here. So I might need to move these out just a tick, which is not a big deal. I'm here for launch pads. Who else can do a launch pad? Yeah, there you go. Hopefully my reputation is big enough that people will think to come here. that's what I thought. Okay. $89.6. Oh. Well, that's not ideal. It's close, but that's not ideal. Yeah, Marcos, maybe. Is that at 89.62? It's -2. But it's -2 facing 270. Oh, okay. Because this yeah, okay. No, I know the problem. The long story short, that problem is the I-beam girder, I-beam versus girder problem. The entire pad is tilted this way because I have girders holding it up over here and I-beams holding it up over here, so it'll tilt the entire thing. No problem. Easy fixes, dudes. Well, we're here. Yeah, I'm just hoping it works, Vulcan. Just hoping it works, dude. You like it, Rage? It's pretty dope, huh? Okay, gotta replace the I-beams with girder segments, and then we're good. And then we can start messing with this thing. I gotta do a couple of tests. Once the pad is working reasonably to my liking, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure I can drive a truck. I can spawn a truck at the VAB, so like out on the pad. I'm gonna make sure I can spawn a truck there, and then I'm gonna make sure that I can drive the truck around on it, and then I'm gonna get a Kerbal off of the thing, leave the truck there, and make sure that the truck can be parked on top of it. That's a good Kraken test to make sure, because the game needs to be able to understand that the truck is on the ground, on the pad, also on the ground. So the truck is on the pad, pad is on the ground. I need to make sure that Kerbal registers the truck as being grounded. Or else we could run into... That's one of the ways that you could run into a nasty Kraken strike if you're not careful. Gotta be careful of that. So, let's go replace the I-beams with girders, and then we'll do tests with the K200. This is sick. I love how the brain works. It amazes me every time. Thanks, man. I'm glad you guys are into it. I'm glad you're into it, Sawyer. Really, it makes me happy. This is super interesting stuff to me. Some mechanical engineer, for every rocket, every pad, had to go through and do something like this. Somebody designed this. Someone designed it somewhere. Someone had to go through. Someone had to build this. Someone had to engineer this out. Somebody at Lockheed had to do this. Had to figure all this crap out. And then they had to test it. I got most of this figured out, Pipe Power. And that's just so... This is so fascinating to me, dude. It's fascinating to me in the same way that the cranes building the Starship's pad at Boca Chica are fascinating. This is really interesting stuff. Like, you have a rocket. How do you even get that thing straight? How do you put that thing up in the air? Well, there you go. It's really, really, really cool. The machine that makes the machine. You think Lockheed had to praise the Kraken too? Probably. I'm worried about this one being butted up against the fuel stack, but we'll see. Did you put some counterweights in to help the hydraulics? No, Adrian, but I probably will. I'll probably end up putting the counterweight up here. That also needs to be touched up slightly. I'm probably going to end up putting an ore tank in there. Once again, we figured out that the I-beams don't snap to the same height as these things. So I'm replacing all the I-beams with girder segments, which we know already work. Banana. He recalls bananas. How bananas never felt so good. Why we never banana. Those are the lyrics, right? Pretty sure he says banana. And I recall how I love bananas.
Discovery,
Yes.
go at throttle up.
Jackery, what's up, dude? Dude, we're close. I'm close to getting a mass simulator out here. There's one thing that I have to make still. I have to make the transporter truck. Because I need to be able to move the thing onto the pad. And then I need a truck to be able to drive it back and forth so I can align it. But we are making crazy amounts of progress here. At the expense of Space News in the Minecraft server. But, hey. Kind of how that works. There is a banana in the kitchen. Why the floating launch pad? Solar, that's kind of hard to explain. I'll tell you why in a moment. Long story short, I need to get the X-33 to be up here. It needs to be on top of this. I don't want a crane to lift it up just so I can take this and turn it vertical. So this, if you look, is anchoring off the end of the pad. The actual launch pad. It's anchoring off of it. I'll show you in a moment. I mean, it looks odd. It has no support. Bear with me on this one, okay? Or we could always just do this to appease your mind here. I wasn't really ready to do this just yet, but... Missing a front right girder, thank you. That's actually, yeah, that's good. That's how I wanted this. Immersion! Immersion! How many parts are we at? 290? Okay. The launch pad and the crane were 255 each, so that's 505. Or 510, excuse me. Sorry, math couldn't do good. Brain do what more like? Yeah, that... Okay. Let's do this, mates. Yep, don't need that strut anymore, actually. It's just the one strut, actually. I'm not catching them struts, and it's just, yeah, it's just a one strut, actually. I have something special planned for this part, so we don't need that. And you know what? I don't want that there either. That's annoying. And I hate its face. Alright. You ever have a dream where you need to do so much that you could do anything? Good. So, yeah. I mean, because this is 292 parts, instead of 510, the fact that we went to 350 on the actual launch vehicle is not that big of a deal. I just hope that this thing works, man. Okay, next test. Here we go. Yeah, Ryan, I have to make some kind of towing vehicle so I can tow the SSTO. I want 2 pieces of GSE, 3 if you include the fuel truck, the launch pad, and the tow vehicle. That's it. That's all we should need. We don't need a crane. We don't need a launch pad. We don't need the transport trucks, all that other stuff. No. We don't need any of that. We should need the SSTO transfer vehicle, the pad, and a fuel truck. That's it. How do you integrate payload into the SSTO? Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but this one is a suborbital demonstrator, so yeah, haven't gotten that far yet. That is hitting the little ramp thing. Okay. Cool. You could perhaps use vertical integration when it's upright. Then we'd need a crane again. Why? I could. Hey, Jetpack, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, this is where I haven't figured it out. I haven't really figured out how to do the payload part. We might need the hangar, but I'm talking about specifically, the context of what I was saying is just specifically this. I agree. It would be better. It would be better to make a crane just built into the thing that could roll onto it, like my crane. We could roll it on there and then just... Are we using this SSDO to replace all launch capacity, or are we just going to use Freedom to launch cargo? The plans were to replace everything with an SSTO. That was the plan. Good. How many Freedom launches do we have left? I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head, man. I think we have 3 Freedom 10s left for the most part. We used one. How much can it carry to LKO? This is a suborbital vehicle. I know I said I wanted to get into space, but the mass fraction isn't good enough. It's too close. I could get a payload capacity idea by, launching it with fuel and where the payload base should be, and then seeing how much fuel I have left over at PY. But even then, this is a small sat launcher at best. It would be really cool to add an elevator to that pad to lift the SSTO from ground level. I mean, I guess. That thing is still fouling on that, and it's rotating us. It's rotating the entire thing. Alright. Just move those backwards. What if we just develop it as a crew vehicle? Kerbals are light, right? It really depends. Blue and King and everybody else that's asking the same question. It depends on what payload capacity this thing has to space, guys. That's really, really where it kind of all comes together. Yeah, carrier elevator havocs would be cool, but... Hey, Snackless, what's going on? Needless complication at this point, dude. I don't need an elevator. I have a ramp right there. It's coming along good, Snackless. You guys, a lot of the questions that you're asking could be answered by going on the website and checking the polls there. Yeah. I see people ask the same questions a lot. If you look at the polls, you can figure out how we voted and figure out why I'm building this. But a ramp is harder on my arms than an elevator. My SSTO doesn't have arms. It has wheels and no arms. I mean, if I put a Canadarm in the payload bay, then yes, it does have arms, but shut your face, man. How is Venture Star supposed to launch? Exact same as this. Fine, then I'm not visiting your pad. Well, you... Fine. Be that way, man. Is successful. I have a ramp. It's handicapable already. You don't need a dang elevator to go into the general store, or do you? You got a ramp. Ramp's good. Think you're just, think you're better than us with your preferred parking? Some of us have to walk It's really annoying walking that far. Man, I'm just giving you crap. Seriously. I'm not serious. Please, that came off way too serious. Alright. You know what? I might just put an elevator in just to spite you now. Yes, I do think I'm better. My blue placard says so. Bagoush! You know what? I'm getting pretty sick of that thing. It's annoying, and it's breaking... It's like the last thing that we need to get this right. Don't be jealous that the Natsman is part cyber and pulls stick wheelies when you can. Well, my car can do a wheelie. Does that help? It really can't, but whatever. Yeah, so, yeah, I know you know I'm kidding, but I'm afraid there's people out there that don't know, that are watching the stream that don't know that I'm kidding, dude. That's what I'm worried about. They're gonna be like, what the frick, man? I'm leaving, bye. You know? I'm worried about those. Sorry, I just had my staring at the ground moment. It was nice. Just staring at the ground. It's still there. Oh yeah, don't make KSP run over 12 hours. That's the max video length. Best to split it up into 2 parts. Okay. Okay, yeah, you see this one? You see this piece right here? See that? Bye-bye. I don't like it anymore. You know what? I'm just going to take this thing, and we're just going to move it this way a little bit, just to pick up the slack. There. Fine. Switch this back over here. And put this in a damn configuration where it doesn't freak out when I time warp it. Okay, cool, great, grand, wonderful. No yelling on the bus! Dudes, I have a cheeseburger in the fridge. Just thought I'd let you know. And I also have tater tots with cheese glazed on them and bacon also in the fridge. Are you mad? How could you? Sounds soggy? Oh, it is soggy. It's a soggy mess. You have to eat it with a fork. It's great. Not mad, just worried for your cholesterol. Eh. It'll be fine. Oh, yes. Ah, yes. Wiggles. Okay. Okay. Space Center time. We have one Sonic Duber. One. In Peabody. Yeah, one. On Route 1. One Sonic on Route 1 in Peabody. Yep. Oh, wait, no, we might have two now. Yeah, Sonic really isn't up here, dude. Fast food up here is McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, and that's about it. There's a lot of... but, see, you know, we don't have that, but we have, like, I mean, there's Five Guys and stuff, but, there's a lot of, like, independent stuff around here. No Jack in the Box, no Steak and Shake, no Whataburger, no In-N-Out, no Carl's Jr., no Hardee's. What else? No Waffle House. I found a Cracker Barrel the other day, which was pretty cool. Bruno and I drove by it, so we have that. We have Shake Shack. No Checkers. Nope, nope. No Culver's. We have Starbucks, yeah. We have Chick-fil-A. Yeah, we have Chick-fil-A. Mm-hmm. Lord's Chicken. We have the Lord's Chicken. There's an Arby's around. We do not have Wawa. No. We have Popeyes. Popeyes is here, but it's sparse. Steak and Shake is dope, Ordon. What are you talking about? I love Steak and Shake. We have KFC. Yeah, no Wawa. Dude, we don't. I'm telling you, we are fast food deprived. There is Five Guys. We have Five Guys. We have that. Cane's? Nope. What the heck is Wawa? Really? Oh. Sheets? Are you just making up things now? Genuine question. All right, let's get the truck out. Herbal and oh yeah. Sheets is real? I don't know what that is. We do not have Red Robin, no. Yeah, what was a gas station chain? Yeah, yep. Yeah, Tars, it's interesting. We do not have Whataburger. No. No Whataburger. I'm telling you, man. I went to Florida and I'm like, what are all... When I was like 18, I moved to Florida and I'm like, what are all these places? Sonic, you could just drive up? What? That's a thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got introduced to all of it. Whataburger, Sonic. Waffle House, Steak and Shake. What is Whataburger? Not Waterburger. Wada. Like how... Well, you don't understand accents, I don't think. The local accents around here. Whataburger, W-A-T-A burger. Ever try Wahlburger? Wahlburger is good, yeah. But nobody else has Wahlburger. Except if you're on the coasts. I haven't seen an A&W around here. What do you have available? Still more than the UK. Yeah. We have Subway. We have Subway. Yeah, Wahlburger. Yep. Mm-hmm. Ukerman. Yeah, they have a burger chain. Yeah. Good burgers, actually. All right. Slow it down. And let's see what happens when we drive up on this thing. Okay. Well, that's pretty neat. All right. Herbal, jump out. Now we gotta, just one of these things that we should probably figure out, and this is first step towards not having a nasty Kraken strike, is, well, Herbal's gonna get off of this thing. He's gonna leave his K200. He's gonna leave the keys in there. And we're just gonna go over here and time warp and see what happens. Oh, nice. Wiener Schnitzel, I'm buying. Okay, Trippy. Sounds good, man. Okay, Herbal will just be over here. And, ready? Mother trucker. Nice. That actually works. Okay. Stress test time. Ready? Is there a modded version? I have DLCs, Arctic Hobo. I have the Making History and Breaking Ground DLCs for KSP. Other than that, it's total stock game, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Suti, 49 months. Favorite burger? I just like a double bacon cheeseburger, T-Man. I don't have necessarily a favorite burger from a place. I like Sonic's burgers if we're talking fast food burgers, but I had McDonald's. I had Mickey D's make me one hell of a bacon cheeseburger the other day, because I sat there and talked to the person at the front, and I talked to them about stuff, and they're like, yeah, what do you know, I started a conversation and actually gave a crap about what they were saying for a change. And, yeah, they made me a kick-butt double cheeseburger. It was really good. Yeah. It's awesome, actually. And they made me fresh fries, too. Keep in mind, I usually go to McDonald's at like 2, 3 in the morning after the stream, so. Ever been to Switzerland? No, never been to Europe. Anywhere in Europe. Talk to random strangers? If they're going to make me food, yeah, I'd like to get to know the person a little bit. I don't think I need to say why that's important. Actually, Caveman, dude, this burger looked like the pictures. Believe it or not, they made me one that looked like the damn picture. I destroyed that burger. It was good for fast food. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't Five Guys tier, but it was pretty close. Yeah, pretty good, man. I like to talk to my food to get to know it better. They know you by name? No. But yeah, I mean, it's not like a burger that you could cook at your house. We're talking fast food tier, so it's all relative. Talking to random people isn't a thing outside of the U.S. Huh. Could you speed up loading time if you have a better PC? Because that seems really slow to be your main game. Voodoo Kerbal's 10 years old, man. I have a hex core with each core hyper-threaded to 4.8 gigs. Well, not hyper-threaded. It's hyper-threaded and overclocked to 4.8 gigs. Yeah, no, it's not my computer. I have like 30 gigs or 32 gigs of RAM or something. No, it ain't the computer. It's Kerbal. Kerbal's just an old game. All right. What? Huh. Where's Herbal? It's a useless conversation? I guess. I like talking to people. You'd be surprised what people have to say if you just strike up a conversation. It's not a useless conversation by any means. But then again, when I talk to people, I actually give two craps about what they're doing because they're going to make me my food. So I do my due diligence, and even though it's a quote-unquote useless conversation, sometimes those folks who are just have to deal with people going, yes, just give me my food. If you talk to them for a change, they'll make you something cool. They'll go above and beyond for you if you actually give a crap about what they have to say.
Discovery,
which
go
is,
at throttle up.
I don't know, worth it for me. So it didn't save the state right here, so I'm gonna have to do this over again. Boink. Ron sent 3-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, exactly. Never know when someone needs a conversation. That's correct. Yeah, Full Void. And I'm talking about actual conversations. How you doing? How's things? You don't just sit there and be like, "Hey, how are you?" No. "Hey, what's going on? How are you this afternoon? How are you tonight?" Same way I greet you guys, because I actually care about what you have to say. Just a thought. All right, we'll quit here. Yeah, I know, Sebby. It's interesting. I know. Mind your P's and Q's. It goes a lot further than you think, dude. I went to Mickey D's one time after a racing stream. This was like a month ago. I went to it after a racing stream because we were talking about it, and I wanted chicken McNuggets, but they just switched over to breakfast. So I always go in. I only go to the drive-thru if I want to order something just off the menu. But if you want, like, you know, you want to get a burger with a specific amount of stuff, screaming it through the drive-thru never works. So I usually go in, and I saw that they switched to breakfast. So I was like, all right, give me continental breakfast, the whole breakfast, right, with everything, and you know, we'll go with that. They're like, we just switched over to breakfast. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, I could get down on breakfast. This is fine. I love the hash browns, so hook me up with some hash browns, and we're good. And they're like, oh, okay. So, and then I had a conversation with the lady and figured out the lady works two jobs. She does this at night to support 2 kids. So she works freaking 2 jobs. She works basically just as much as I do, probably more, but it's working food service, which is just like, had a good conversation, and guess what? She made me a friggin' 3-course meal. She made me a 3-course meal at McDonald's. She cracked the eggs on the griddle and like, yeah, no, it was dope. It's awesome. It wasn't like they didn't make it in the freaking stupid little molds. She like actually made me scrambled eggs for my continental breakfast, put cheese in them. It was great. It was like being at a breakfast place. It's fantastic, dude. I had a kick-ass breakfast that day. Yeah, no, Iron. Yeah, she's cool. She hooked me up, so I gave her $20. I gave her a tip, and I'm like, don't put this in the Ronald McDonald thing. This is yours. She's like, wait, what? I'm like, this is yours. Do not put that in the Ronald McDonald charity thing. This is for you. Yeah, I didn't get McNuggets, but I got a pretty awesome meal, that's for sure. Dude, like, hash browns were all cooked they were all grilled. Oh, it was perfect, dude. Oh, it was great. It was like going to a breakfast place. Freaking fantastic. All right, let's see if this blows up. I mean, probably not, drummer. That's why I did it. Yeah, there you go, John. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything exploding? No freaking way! Let's go! Look at this! It works! Hey, Ishiku, what's up? It didn't blow up. It registers that as being grounded, even though it's sitting on top of a vehicle. The truck is on top of this, and it didn't blow it up. Here, I'm gonna time warp, but I'm gonna make sure we time warp not on when Herbal's not standing on the pad. Yeah, Pi Power. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you treat them like people, they'll make your food better. That's what I mean about getting to know people at the restaurant, or getting to know people that are making you your food. Yeah. I receive continental breakfast. You receive politeness. Do we have a deal? Usually they take the deal. What's this here? It's the launch pad for the SSDO, dude. I was just doing testing with it. Loop, here. Let's back up. I'm just gonna park this here. I'm from the UK, so tips aren't really a thing. Okay, and you ready, Hans? That moves faster. When it's under load, it'll be fine. I'd like to remind everybody that this pad was reloaded. I literally closed and opened the game, and this is after a reload. We're getting next. We're not. It's not that we're not getting drift. They are drifting. These things are drifting to an extent. It's just not very much. Yeah. Actually, they're really not drifting at all. Go figure. Nice. So nothing docks to the strongback, so it should drift less. The erector, yes, Loopy, precisely. Because the strongback needs to be able to move away. It's moving away, so it's on a separate hinge mechanism. That cow controller just controls both the hydraulics. That's why I have the redundant hydraulics. This thing is supposed to do this during a launch sequence. What's that, Sebi? You did good, man. I'm proud of him. Loopy, I made this thing strike proof. It's about as crazy engineered as the crane and the pad. The only thing that's gonna make this screw up is sometimes when you reload, it drops the thing down from like a couple of meters. That's what happened with this a couple of times. But see, what I did was I made a tray. There's a tray right here for this thing, and it holds it in position. None of this stuff moves. Yep. That one's at -1. That's at 89.9. This is pointed straight up, about as straight up as you can go. Straight. It's just as straight as that thing right there. Because spoiler alert, see that pedestal? It's right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the pedestal for Freedom's pad is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the same craft. It's hierarchically, it's the exact same thing. It just looks a little different because this one has a bunch of panels around it to make it look like a pedestal, and this one has a bunch of. Everything is configured in almost the exact same way. This one is just a little bit different because it has there's nothing underneath it. It's not a pedestal because that's where the flame trench would be. So how do we fuel it? I haven't built the fuel supply. I haven't built the fuel depot in, but I'm straight up just gonna take this thing with that, and I'm gonna put 2 of them right here. I can't put any fuel depot on this side because there's pipes in the way. So I'm gonna put the fuel farm right here. Seriously, just take those tanks and done. Yep. This is not the pad for the big one. This is for the suborbital one, but it should scale just fine, Loopy. I don't see why it wouldn't. It'll scale just fine. Just have to make a little bit of a bigger erector and a bigger frame. Could share the tanks between that and this. That would make that one big craft file. Don't want to do that, caveman. Not a good idea. What makes this all work is that it's not on one big base plate like Condor's pad. Yeah, it's not like that. That's what makes this good. You don't want that. All right. Let's see something. Nothing. Totally good. Okay. So, you're gonna go for a ride, buddy. You ready? Yeah, you might want to put your helmet on. Osha has a few questions. He's buckled in. Let's try setting these to 318. See where that gets us. No. The window for this should be 322 on these. Oh no, it is 316. Good. Good. What's this? What is he at here? -2. Okay, good enough. That should be able to. That should make it so it's pushing on the SSTO to get it into the right position. Good. It should be okay, MotoKid. Alright, come on back down now. One catapult. Focus, chat. Focus. Nice. Nice. Very good. What about you? What are you at? That's still at -3, so I should probably... probably move that up a little bit. -3 is not ideal, especially because it's not coplanar with this. That's 89.9, so that means this, the transporter erector is like this. It's pushed too far forward, which means I need to pull that up a little bit. Put that spacer up, get this thing all nice and square, and then we should be good. Do Kerbals get dental? Insurance? Yeah, sure. Oh, oh. He headbutted it. All right. Well, I've seen what I see. I've seen what I need to see here. With this. What else should we? What else do we need to do? I mean, I don't really have any alignment system here, but maybe we should take the arrow shell and see what it does. How are you meant to get the SSDO up into the launch platform? The ramp. There's a ramp right here. Have you ever seen your neighbors bringing in their groceries? I've helped my neighbors bring in the groceries. I mean, not in a long time. Does that mean I'm part of the simulation? Okay. Next test. Actually, you know what I'm really wondering? I'm wondering what happens when we go to fire these engines. What is this thing gonna do? Oh, okay, Chiba. Yeah, that makes sense. I gotta make a truck that can go and fetch the thing off the runway and bring
Discovery,
it
go and
back.
throttle up.
Hey, Bojack, what's up? It's probably gonna bend that way a little bit when we go to launch, which is not ideal. Yeah, we're gonna need to make that thing heavy. Or we could use Kerbal Construction and run a strut from that to that. That would be fine. We could also do that if we need to. Yeah, it's not an insurmountable problem. Alright, guys. The big thing now is that I have to drive something up onto this thing. Yeah, we have to do a Pathfinder test again, so that's what we're going to do now. Oh, Jack. Hey, LNJ. Have you read Project Hail Mary, by the way? It started, it's really good so far. Is that Andy Weir's new book? I have it sitting on my coffee table. Do we want to do just the tank model or a full scale without engines? You binged that book this weekend? Nice. Yeah, I've heard good things. Everybody that's told me about it really likes it. All right. So let's go in here. Music. It looks so much better with the nose like that. No, it's going to be an underslung vehicle, MotoKid. It'll drive underneath it, pick it up, and move it. This is episode 151 for your information. Oh, okay. Thanks, Milo. We tried messing with the Prototype 8 today. Prototype 8 has a little bit better nose cone. Yeah. Prototype 8 actually is not that bad. I actually really like the way it looks. Huh. 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 Prototype 8 has a the nose cone is slightly lower. The nose cone on 7 is up here. 8 is down there. We can use 7 though. That won't affect the aerodynamics at all. Okay. Oh, nice, Draco. There you go. Congratulations, man. That's good. I agree, Flip Up. 8 looks better. I might end up going with this one. Yeah, let me make some adjustments here, and we'll go from there. Let's do some quick adjustments here. Yep, still well within the fairing. Let me just do some quick adjustments and some buttoning up here, and then should be good. I'll make quick work of this, I promise. I mean, look at all we've done today. Yeah, King, making good progress, dude. Real good progress. I don't like how there's a gap there, but that's okay. Yeah, the tile work is getting there, Praga. I just hope it... I hope the friggin' thing actually does what I want it to do. This is good enough. It's a good enough test article. It's fine. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. This is our prototype. That might be unstable. Looks like it's wearing a necktie. I don't think it'll put up that much of a fuss. Oh, this looks... Oh, it's so good. Yeah, MGB, right? That's true. They did that for a reason. Because they really don't have any other places to put it. And just like the shuttle, the 747 carrying, you know, the shuttle on its back, MGB... If you put a payload bay on the back, it's not a big deal. Should be fine as long as you make it strong enough. And I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have made that mistake. But then again, fuel tanks. But then again, not their fault when you're trying to... It's not your fault when you're trying to freaking change the way we make freaking rockets. Yeah, rocket guy, yeah. It'll get nose up unstable at about 10 degrees AOA. That's 5. 10, slightly unstable. Body flap could compensate. Yeah. Alright. How do I get the prototype onto the pad? Wheel it out. I gotta wheel it up a ramp. So it needs to be powered. A tow truck? We have a tug. No. That's gonna look freaking rad, though. It's gonna look freaking awesome. Looks like these control surfaces have to go forward just a little bit. Just one tick. Shouldn't upset anything. Oh, it's gonna look so freaking cool. Yeah, that's gonna be sick. Now, how do we do it? How do I get that thing onto the pad? Won't that support hit that front landing gear? No? No, I think we're alright. Hey, bro. What's your last? Interesting. Oh, that looks so sick, though. It's so cool. I'm thinking a truck that's kind of a U-shape almost, and the front of it attaches here, and then we roll it back into position. Last, please. Okay. One like this. Yeah, it's... yeah, I wish. Sorry, we gotta worry about lining things up, dude. That could get prohibitively difficult. That's my vocab word, prohibitively difficult. I could put guide rails. We can install guide rails here, just like we did for the other thing, and then have keepers, and then... Actually, I think that's what we should do. So that we don't even have to worry about these things doing that. Yeah, I agree, Sebi. Your rearmost flap clips slightly into the panel. You're seeing things. Get this man to the infirmary.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
Those are some tight clearances, Clarence. Oh, frick. Well, that's not good. Launch it. No. No, I'm busy right now. Should have probably taken that into account before I screwed with this thing, but that's okay. It could work. So basically anything under the main body of this thing is fair game. And obviously it can't go onto the white panels right there. So, alright. Cool. Nice. Love it when that happens. Let's go back to Proto 8. So I got to do a couple things with this, okay? Do you have a booster for this? Yeah, it is the booster. You're looking at the booster, man. I'm thinking, so truck can drive under, that's no problem. That claw. You're funny, Groucho. Nice. If I can get the thing aligned, if we can get the thing aligned this way, I might be able to do this. So what we can do is I can take a page out of Colin's book here, make this work exactly the same way. So where's our front gear? Yeah, okay, I can go with this. We can get down on that. That'll work. Okay, so well, at least it should work for now. Won't it be heated up on re-entry? Yeah, a little bit. As long as I placed it correctly, it should be fine. Not should be, it will be. It'll be fine. Bingo. Strutted to the landing gear strutted to heaviest part. Just need a reinforcement bracket here. Probably would be better if we used it to pick up on the panels as well. Does this have a name yet? The Flying Dorito. Or Dorito-sama. Need more of that. How long have I been sitting here? 7 hours? Nice. I need a serious name for what I'm mocking up. Jeff. My name's Jeff. I think we were gonna call it Arrowhead. Arrowhead, I think, is what we wanted. After the best NFL. Oh, found the Chiefs fan. Gross. Jack, ah man, I knew I was too late. Too late for what? What are you too late for? Seeing it fly? I don't know. Don't worry about that. We haven't flown yet. Yeah. The start of the odd discussion in chat. Oh, okay. Very nice. Very good. Good. Yeah, this is about close to what you're going to see fly through the air very soon. Good. I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if that docking port is going to work. It might. It should. But that usually doesn't mean anything. K200 might be enough to mess with this, but here, let's build something. Perfect. How many degrees are we off exactly? So 3. Okay, so 15 degrees. Perfect. Take that. Rotate this back into position. Use the local snap. Come on now. Move back. There we go. Alright, let me deploy the front gear again. Alright, now the truck. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? Okay. Truck can attach right here, that's no problem. But now, I need to... We need to basically see what this is going to look like with both the suspensions unloaded. Both of the suspensions, so unloaded, both of them are right. Okay. This thing's going to have a hard time getting these wheels underneath. Discord, please. It's my no distraction day, dude, but... Oh, I like that. That's cool. But yeah, predominant chat challenge. Chat was... Not challenge me. Chat was being pieces of crap, let's be real. They were giving me crap at the beginning of the stream. Oh, EJ won't get anything done. This thing won't fly. It'll never fly. It won't fly today. So I got annoyed. And I said, look... The reason why we go off on tangents isn't because I can't focus on what I'm doing. The reason why I do it is so I can entertain you guys. So today is my no distractions day because, well, because you, chat. To say the least. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Hey, drummer, keep it classy, okay? Drummer, keep it classy. Keep it classy for these fine folks. What's wrong with you? No, yeah, we gotta have some fun with this. Gotta have some fun. No, I actually did need a focus day anyway. I just decided to... I'm not gonna pass up an opportunity to give you guys crap, because you wouldn't pass up an opportunity to give me crap. Don't lie. Whoa there! Alright, let's go. I don't think these are gonna fit underneath it, to be honest. But then again, if they're down here and we decompress the suspension, does it fit? It does, but just barely. Alright, I'll give it a shot. So, does this fit under here? No. No. Not even close. Okay. And we also got to take into account that there's panels underneath this for the erector, and I do not want this touching them. So... That should give us the wheelbase right there, more or less. And we're going to need more wheels back here than we do need up there because of the center of mass of the vehicle. But we can't go too far back because the launcher is there. Basically, we can't go past here, which shouldn't be too big of a deal. This shouldn't be too hard. All right, so what we're going to do is this. Give me these, right? No need to fit the wheels underneath, just wide enough for the truck to have them on the side. Yeah, having them on the side could cause problems when we go to dock. I don't want to do that. When is the deadline to launch? There's no deadline to launch, honestly. Just I have a week to make another SSTO that's twice the size of this. So, well, I have 2 weeks, basically. How many wheels can I fit per one of these things? Two would be the ideal. Those aren't centered. Doesn't look like it can fit exactly enough in there. I don't know if 6 of these is going to be enough, so let's go. Move them in so they don't get near the landing gear. Okay. It might be enough. Who knows? Can you have sets of tire on the inside? No. No. No, I can't. No puedo. I can't, man. Gotta I gotta have a place for the batteries. This thing's gonna need a lot of power going up the hill. Remember, this thing has to drive up the damn ramp. It has to back up the stupid thing. Oh, it has to back up the ramp. Oh no. Yeah, that might cause problems. Well, it's all stuff that we have to test out, I suppose. A front tow hitch attachment so a K200 could move it up. Yeah, maybe. Or we just go up the ramp with some speed. I mean, getting that thing up there, we're gonna need a lot of power. I might need to do inboard wheels, guys. Yeah, I might need to. Or dualies. Dualies might do it, but I'm not gonna know exactly what we need until we get to that, so. Good enough. Ah, damn front landing gear. That's okay. A small tower for the cockpit of the truck so they face towards the back of the... No, I'm good. Nah, Voodoo, I think that's overcomplicating things, man. Now I just need some type of aligner. I need some way to align this thing. How are we gonna do that? Gets the point across. Okay. How's the pad going? Fine. Okay. Fuel cells. How do you plan on moving the truck out from under the craft? Driving it. Yeah, with the wheels. Compress the suspension. Drive out. All right. Too late, Kim. Yeah, Jacka, if I wanted the part count to go insane, yeah, I could. Please don't be clipped into the pad. I think I clipped it far enough. Please don't be clipped into the pad. Oh, we good. Huh. Well then. This is probably going to crush these wheels if I try to drive up this. We'll try. Let's see what it does. Have you played Astroneer? No. Haven't played Astroneer before, man. Wow. We're gonna run out of EC though. Oh, it's using up so much power. Alright, stop. Stop. Hopefully the brakes can hold us. It's not enough to hold it in place. Stop. Stop it. Okay. We're alive. Just time warp a little bit. Get the power back. Man, that thing sapped up a lot of power fast.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Iron Spark, 3-month resub. Get up there. Get up there. Get up. Get up. Stand up. Don't crash my wheels. Oh. Okay. The pad isn't finished yet. This is an integration test, guys. It could result in tremendously big Kraken strikes, so. Oh, sweet. Just break all my wheels. Yeah, great. That's good. Yeah, just break every single one of them. Why do I need those, right? I don't need those. Don't be dumb. Shoot. Now what do we do? Okay. Man, look at all these wheels that are doing nothing. That's great. Isn't that fun? Get an engineer. I need like 30 kits to repair this, dude. What are you talking about, man? You drunk? I can't just right click and repair them anymore. You need a kit to do it. So yeah, nope, that's DOA. Bye-bye. No, Owens, I don't think I should do that. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. That's not a good idea. I mean, how am I gonna spin it up there? You can do the freaking J turn up there? Nah, or a K turn? Screw that. It's an option, Doom. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I could. Brutal solution, double wheel. I might have to do that, man. Look at how many. Did you see how many wheels got all screwed up because because of this? Alright. That's correct, Kyron. More wheels could probably solve the problem. Like I said, I might have to do some dually wheels up here. We need to be able to spread the load over these back wheels more. They're popping because words, man. See, they're popping because there's too much load on them for the most part. So double wheels, like what chat was saying, is probably a good idea. Oh, none of... Oh, no wonder that thing didn't work very well. All these wheels are at different heights and rotations? Oh, no. Nope. 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 All the wheels are at different heights. Why the... How the heck did that happen? What did I do? How did I even allow that to happen? That one's crooked as well. Oh, no wonder this didn't work. How did I not notice that? No wonder the landing gear got all clunky. All the wheels were crooked. Nothing was in alignment. I'm curious to see what happens if I just do this again. Someone was drunk at the engineering team. Oh, okay. Well, that explains that. Going too fast. That part, one of the parts wasn't aligned, and it's getting extremely hot in here, guys. I'm gonna turn this on so my computers don't overheat. The whole thing being out of alignment like that is going to cause the wheel popping problems to happen anyway. You notice how the thing was like sketchy on the ground, like right when I put it down? Yeah, that probably didn't help me. The whole thing was freaking crooked. No wonder. I have to do the test over again, guys. Yeah, I have to do it one more time, and I can't have stuff in here because it'll go on the erector. I'm curious to see if this actually does it. Doom, I'm not even sure if the damper strength is... I'm not even sure if the damper strength is right. All that last test was basically nil. That is basically useless. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna put this thing back here and we're gonna fly it. I'm gonna use a probe core this time. Will those walls work as heat shields? No, Boo, they won't. I just put them on there because I want my SSTO to be super refurbishable. Yeah, I want it to be super refurbishable. I basically want it to fall apart during re-entry. Yeah. So it can rain down in pieces and gumdrop smiles can happen over KSC and I can just pick up all the pieces and reassemble it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so... yeah. Yeah, like SN11. It's just easier that way. I don't have to worry about it landing. So it just blows up into a bunch of pieces. Yeah, of course it works as a heat shield, you dope. Well, actually, I don't know that for sure, to be honest with you. I don't know that for sure. I really don't know. It should. I've built heat shields like this in the past. Not one this extensive, but I've built heat shields like this in the past. Nice, Doom.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, no. No, no, no! Why is it doing that now? Riv, 2-month resub. Thank you. Why did it... frick. That's a problem if it's going to do that, guys. That's a problem not just with the SSTO or the pad. That's a problem with the entire architecture. That's really not good. Yeah, but I tested it 3 individual times on stream the other day and it didn't do this. But now it's doing it because... This is on the pad, huh? Oh yeah, can't spawn anything there. It's on the pad. Can't do that. It hasn't moved. It's the same position that it was in. How is how? Dorfman graduated from high school today. Congratulations. That's good. That's not... That hasn't moved. How is it on the pad now and it magically wasn't before? I'm confused. Kerbal weld the first. They're too heavy. I'd need like a bus full of Kerbals out there. I don't feel like doing that right now. It's kind of a stupid question. Why does it need to be elevated? So I can put the plane on top of erector. Erector rotates. Need hydraulic underneath level to rotate correctly. And no, I'm not just trying to be a jerk by saying less words. Why use more words when less do trick? Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, one hop. No, Owens, I want to rotate this thing into position, and if I rotate it into position, I have to have hydraulics underneath the erector, and if I have hydraulics underneath the erector, that means I need to dig into the ground. I can't dig into the ground because there's no digging in KSP. So my solution was to put this thing up hanging off the side of the pad. Like that. Yeah, there's hydros down there. I'll show you how it works in a second if I can get this dang thing up there. Yeah, Doom, we still need to adjust the dampers up at the front. They're too high. Locking the pad in place with launch clamps work. Yes, that does work. Yeah, twitching. That works. Yeah, Genix, the problem is that that's a lot of parts, dude. It's a lot of parts. I've made ramps to pads in the past. It ended up being an extra 100 pieces. So it's more of a, I don't want to use it unless I absolutely have to. Lord knows it would help.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, man. Why couldn't they model this ramp to go all the way out to there? This is like the damn crawler transport. Come on, baby, get up there. What do you think, John? If I was worried about not being able to put things here on the pad and had the SPH over there, do you think I would be worrying about not putting things here? Nah, I can't, dude. It's a tier 2. 1.6 million if you want me to upgrade it. Come on, baby. Make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Get up. Come on, get up there. Get up there. No. No. No! It doesn't have enough power. Come on. Why do you hate me? The front wheels are literally locked up. Stop it. Literally holding the backwards key. Ugh, fine, fine, fine. We'll go down here again. Oh, yeah, just break my back wheels. Lovely, good, great, grand, wonderful. You can't overclock the wheels, guys. No. Just want to fly this stupid thing. Make a pusher truck. What do you think this is? You know what it's time for? It's time for duels. Let's get the dualies out. Dualies, baby. Where's that front landing gear? How can we, or the rear landing gear? Oh yeah, we can duels this. The only problem is that the only problem I can really see with this whole thing is that, yeah. Trying to get underneath and scoop this thing is really gonna suck. How's the progress? It could be better. No, John, I haven't. I stayed away from my computer and watched cars go vroom vroom over the weekend, dude. It needs rocket assist. I mean, the messed up part, guys, is that you might, it might actually need that. I hope the dual wheels don't fail me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's go dually now. MacB, 6-month resub. Thank you. Poison, it's possible. That's complicating things, though. Don't want complications. Poison, why you gotta go and make things so complicated? You know, I see the way you're acting like the rest of chat, and it's getting me frustrated. Out of all the things, that's what breaks off. Now it's good. Now it's totally good. Alright. Well, I guess we didn't need those anyway. It's because they're radially attached, guys. I really need to make an engine mount for them. We'll leave those there. It's a feature. Are those important? Nah. Alright, let's four-wheel it. Four-wheeling deal. Ready? Get up there, baby! Get up there! Look at this! We are the masters of the mechanical stuff! Ah ha ha ha! Yeah, we should probably solve that whole engine falling off thing, but it's still good enough. We still get a good test out of this. Alright. Please don't freak out. Narrator. It freaked out. Not 16, 8 twitching. Yeah, okay. Don't forget to recover the engines. Don't forget to recover the engines. Why would I forget to recover the engines? That's like 18 G's right there. I need those. Those are those are expensive. All right. The pad's giving me problems, dudes. Very tight like a tiger. Did I do anything with Core Space's pad thingy? It's just too much of a step. That's all. We can use floppy tech. Floppy tech. Let's match it. How many parts are in the scene? About 1,000. Probably a little less. So basically what I'm trying to do, guys, for people that don't know, I'm trying to roll this thing up on here. And then I'm trying to attach the back of the space plane right there. If I can attach the back of the space plane right there, here's what's going to happen. You ready, Hans? No, Joshy, it's better to have this not strutted as much. I need Herbal to come in here and remove those struts. No, not applicable here, JetSpace. Did you take the fuel out of the SSTO when you were driving it around? I freaking hope so, or else we're gonna have a really bad. Or wow, I hope I did, Snackless. If I didn't, man, I'm gonna be a little upset. I think it was empty, yeah, because we weren't getting a Delta V reader. Why not a crane? What? Because I'm doing it this way. If all else fails, I can just take this and crudely paste it onto that, if all else fails. I can just make an adapter if we really wanted to do that. I just wanted to do it this way so we wouldn't have to worry about picking stuff up. Transport truck just drives up here, puts it on here, turn it upright, fuel it, and go. Yeah, Havocs, if I absolutely have to, I'll just take this piece and just plop it on that if we have to. Like, that's the nuclear option again. Probably, and you know what? I probably should have done that to begin with. Yes, Forfa. Lebus, I need you. Yeah, Forfa. Dart killed Jeb. I didn't test it well enough. This is cooler, though. Dart killed Jeb. Chat got its revenge and killed Dart. I mean, that's pretty much what happened, yeah. March of 1989. Near normal temperatures, I should say. An active storm track will keep moving across the East Coast here in March as well, and the storm dates the 5th through the 6th, 10th through the 12th, 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and 30th of the month. That is your long-range winter forecast. Be with us. Include a self-progressed stamp envelope, Channel 11, 220 East 32nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast. Back to story. Why, Knight? Yeah, it'll flop. Ooh, you alright? Clebers, you okay? She's alright. She's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine like wine. See what happens. Yeah, carrier, I've tried. Yeah, the engines fell off. Well, the front fell off. Hey, Baconaid, what's going on? Tried, little hurt pride, but I haven't cried. Much. It turned me into a newt. I got better. Is there anything directly behind these things that I should be worried about? Nope. Okay. Okay. I need engine mounts. Engine mounts. Or we could just auto-strut these. I have the pad pretty much figured out. Oop, I just gotta get this thing on there. And
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I gotta get it on there to see if I can get it vertical. And if I can get the thing vertical, then I'll get back to you on that. Screw all that. That's not a good idea. Grid period strutting those things should put them in the position that I want. Alright, so I'm pretty dang sure that this thing can get up there. It'll get up there just fine. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start on the pad. And I want to see if the pad lip works. Son of a... Grr. Thanks, man. Is there any reason to leave out the Mark II cargo bay at this point? Yes, I'm putting fuel where the payload bay should be to see its payload capacity. That's going to be done on the first flight test. What's the expected range of the SSTO? See what I just said a second ago, Freakier? I don't know. It's not going to go beyond low Earth orbit, though. You don't bring wings beyond low Earth orbit or Kerbin orbit if you I just had a nasty brain fart, dude. You don't bring them with you if you don't, if you're not going to like another planet with an atmosphere. And not every mission is going to go to Duna here. And even the ones that do go to Duna are probably just going to have payload launched. Low Kerbin orbit is really where I want them to go. If they can get into 100 by 100 circular and then deorbit, come back down and land on the runway, I'm good. I just got to see how much payload that's going to take when they do that. You know? Oh, also, fellas, we've reloaded these hydraulics probably about 20 or 30 times. Well, actually, how many times do you think we've reloaded these things tonight? At least 10. See any drift? There's a little bit. There's some here and there. There's a little bit right there. A little bit right there. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, and I did a bunch of tests with it before, Kyron. Yeah, that's my theory is right. If these are pushing into the ground, they don't drift. Yeah. They're pushing into the ground. You don't see any of this drifting, right? Now, it looks like they're clipped. I did that on purpose when I had to lower the ground level of the pad. That's on purpose. Because those ones are the same way as well. Yeah, it's not drifting. That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, hilarious. Not drifting at all. Yeah. Oh, I just gotta get the SSDO on this thing and it would look so damn cool. You know what, Kyron? I get it, white Bronco. Haha, you guys are talking. Loopy says that it's a Bronco and not a Ferrari Enzo. And Loopy, it's funny because you know your cars. Can I take credit for that, please? You know your cars and your applications. You're becoming a car nut. Yes, my plan is working. No, you guys are talking about Broncos. Karen, you know what's funny? If you offered me a 96 white Eddie Bauer Bronco with 5.8 in it and a 5-speed 4x4, I would absolutely drive that. Oh yeah. I don't give a crap that it's white. That's a nice truck. Hi, you can't launch it at the airport? It's a rocket. Spire. Expire, it's a rocket. No, I can't. That asking me to launch the SSTO from the runway because it has landing gear is what would be a good analogy? Like launching a Falcon 9 from a runway? Yeah. I don't want to do that. Bikes! Yeah, right. Nah. No, it's got to launch vertical. That's how I designed it. I could probably shoot the thing down the runway and take it off if I really wanted to, but that's dangerous, man. The thing's a brick. It would take the entire runway, and I'd probably have to yeet off the end of the runway and then go. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that one, man. Remake the Thunderbirds. I don't need to do that. Yeah, but it's so frustrating to not launch it on the pad. I'm not frustrated. Are you frustrated? We're figuring out new ways to play the game, dude. Of course we're gonna get some pushback. We can't just expect everything to work. To work perfectly right off the bat, you know what I'm saying? You're frustrated? Why? Why are you getting frustrated at a stream? Hey, this is the process, my dude. This is how this works. This is what I'm trying to teach. Bear with me, Spire. Bear with me, dude. I'll get you there. We'll get there. It's just going to take a second. Anytime you want to play the game differently, it's going to take a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's going to take a second. All right. See, now I'm frustrated because that was not happening before. Nice, Doom. I like it. Alright. This wasn't doing this during testing. Now it is. Of course it is. And Loopy, if I was making YouTube videos, dude, it would be like Bradley Whitston's. I wouldn't be able to bust out stuff quickly like Matt. That would that would take too much time. Yeah, Moto Kid, we're gonna have to move the pad around. Yeah, Toothless. Yeah, that might do it. Some hinges or something. Floppy tech could make that work with floppy. Or we could just shift the entire pad backwards. Just a little bit. Let's try that. I'm kind of getting gassed out, dudes. Been working on this for 9 hours straight. You could put the pad up on air brakes when it's not in use. I got an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. I think it just went a little too far onto the pad. So bear with me here. Are you planning on a flight tonight, or could I sack out without worry? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, John. I'm sorry, I don't. I wish this was like a ruse and I could just say, oh, let's launch it right now, you know, like, but I can't. I can't even get the thing to the pad right now. I don't know what's going to solve that problem, and I don't know how long it's going to take to solve that problem. This is aerospace engineering in a nutshell. That's how it works. This is what happens. It's a pain in the butt. All the time. I'm sorry. I wish I had an answer. I don't have an answer for you if I'm going to launch it tonight. I don't know. Yeah, I can't predict it. You know, maybe maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't know. I have to make sure that the pad accepts the vehicle, and once it accepts the vehicle, I can finalize the pad. Then I got to make sure it can turn it upright. I'm reasonably sure that it can, and then I have to put the fueling umbilical in. No ground effect. I wished. Wish doesn't have a T in it. I can't even talk straight anymore. Yeah, I wish. That'd be really nice. Okay. I slid the pad forward a little ways. Let's see if that was enough. I don't know if it'll work, but you could put wings on the end of the panels for a more rounded edge. Yeah, that won't work. Joshy, the panels are up. Pad's right here. I need to get... I basically just modified the pad to make it do this. So, even when you fizz reload, this thing will go back into position and it won't register it on the pad. Understand? Yeah, I can't... I could find something in there to round the edge off a little bit, but I'm not going to. Maybe this will work. Maybe it won't. If it works, we're significantly closer to doing a flight test, but yeah, it's floppy tech. That's what I call it. It's a very old school trick. I used to do this all the time. Look. Where's my floppy tech pad? It should be in here somewhere. See? Floppy tech pad. And then, yep, there it is. See? Floppy tech panels. It worked. See if I can get like a downward picture of that. I don't think so. Don't have time. Let's go. What's the fastest atmospheric velocity you can give without it exploding? I don't know. Yeah, depends on how you make it. Depends on what you make it out of. Depends on how much thrust it has. Depends. There's a lot of things that depends on. Worked that time. Let's see. See how it works. Shoot, I turned the music off. Or no, the music ran out. Whoops. Okay, chill. 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 Relax. That's real good. Real good. All right, I'm out. That's enough. I did a ton of work today. I got like 4 streams worth of work done today. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I'll go at this with a fresh mind and I'll fix it. It seems like the only real way to do this is to get those panels exactly aligned to the pad so they don't bend and flex, and then auto strut them into position. No problem. Flight test is gonna be delayed another
Discovery,
day.
go at throttle up.
We'll figure that out on Wednesday, dudes. Thanks for the focus stream. No problem. Geyser, excuse me, what streamer? Doing good? Thanks, dudes. Thanks. Yeah, that's what we got to figure out. All right. Good progress. I floppy teched the thing loopy, and then I drove the wheels on, and they struck it, and then it shot it off like a springboard and just broke all the wheels. The SSTO and the truck was fine. It just broke all the damn wheels. Easy come, easy go, I guess. Now what? Alright. Well, I'm gonna X out. Yeah, we didn't get the flight test today, guys. The wheels and the recovery truck were giving me some problems. I'm sorry. This stuff takes time, dude. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. What's the purpose of this rocket? I see no cargo or crew space. Crafter, use your noodle. Why would I make a rocket with no payload bay, no crew, no nothing? Alright, Squall. Why would I do that? Think about it. Why would we do it? I mean, Loopy, we could do that. Because I forgot. No. Crafter, it's a test article. I'm only testing. So not a finalized version. I'm not going to put the entire vehicle out there, a payload bay and everything, and risk it being Kraken struck and blown to smithereens. Don't worry about it. I think that works, but you haven't tried it. I mean, if we eliminate the suspension, yeah. Could work. Yeah. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, guys. I'm going to call a little bit earlier tonight. I got to get up early in the morning. Tomorrow, no truck stream. I have some other things that I have to do all day. So, Wednesday. Wednesday, I'll probably do another sprint stream like this. Yeah, we'll do another big sprint stream. Like a big sprint stream. And then Wednesday, yeah, Wednesday we'll test fly. Good progress today. Have a good night. All right. I mean, we're behind where we needed to be, but we're still making more progress than I ever would have. Even if I don't think I would be at this progress level even if the deadline was a week later. Go figure. So, all right. Charadra is playing some SnowRunner. I want to watch some trucks drive around. Let's go see what he's up to.